Yeah, we had the interview. Now we're going on the first day of trial. So October 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 3. Ugh, my butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced this fast since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Hey, relax, everyone's nervous their first time. This is Phoenix. Oh, it means.
So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal.
No way.
And willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction.
There's that end justified the means concept again.
Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justify the means.
I wish you would stop saying that. That's your method, Professor, but I'm going to defend Juniper in my own way.
But Miss Side, just yesterday you told me, as a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else?
That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, won't I?
My, but aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficacy the hard way. Grr.
Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave it at that?
Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just I wish to protect Juniper by all means I can.
I do too, but...
Now, if you would excuse me.
Ugh! Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena. And don't forget to keep smiling. I'll be fine. And I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers always have to force their biggest smiles.
The trial's about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please.
Oh, Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena this time. Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me. That's right, I have Apollo to back me up. Junie's face rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. October 25th, 10 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Athena Sykes, the defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That did sound very confident. You sure you're okay? Oh, I'll be fine. Black Will. Your boldness.
I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement?
This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now, summon the witness. Judge ... Okay, fuck the intro. Black Will ... Is there something the matter? Please do share your boldness.
Whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call our first witness.
And now we don't even get an opening statement. What? Fulbright. Detective Fulbright? He and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team. Blackwell ... Oh, right. The case brief. Leave it to me. Yes, let detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain! What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind meldings, if that's what you're thinking.
Alright, Detective Fulbright. Would you please explain the case to the court?
Professor Court's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m. She was murdered with this all I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it. All added to the court record. He hands over... Huh? Okay. He gave a nudge to the bird as if to give the autopsy report to Taka, and he flew across the court to give it to Athena, but the animation made it look like it was an attack. Okay, so court autopsy report. Estimated time of death between 6 and 8. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep stab wound in the victim's side. Wow, that bird can deliver evidence too. Blackwell has trained him well. Maybe Blackwell should train him not to mess up people's hair while he's at it. Moving right along. The body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected trace of a massive amount of blood in the third floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room.
So, then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage?
Precisely, and there is one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a gunner!"
What's this? You have such a recording?
Are we gonna listen to it? Must be from that tape recorder Miriam mentioned. But why is this the first time we've heard of a death threat at the moment of the murder? Shh, shh, shh. Silence, please. I would like to play the tape for you now. It doesn't even say the sound file. I was expecting a voice actress doing the file, the line, but no. You're a gunner!
It is quite hard to hear.
But the voice does sound female. Tape recorder added to the court record. The noise and low volume of the voice have made voice print analysis all but impossible.
Then you haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant.
Not so fast. After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. Adjusting his glasses. The victim was killed at night, then discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved?
Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around.
Sorry, but no. The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing a body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of the campus was empty. It was during this time Hugh O'Connor, one of the mock trial participants, found the body. So the prosecution heard about you seeing the body.
Wait one moment. If all of the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall, then there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body.
Ha ha ha! Have no fear, for there is always an exception.
An exception?
The 3 mock trial participants were standing by in individual dressing rooms. They were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial.
What? Then that would mean... what would that mean?
Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice we trust! I don't like where this is headed, Tina. Me neither. And by those three, I mean Hugh O'Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods. I knew it. Please, Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say. Injustice we trust! I take it everyone understand now. The voice believed to be that of the murderer was female, ergo... out of the three people who could have moved the body, just one is a girl. That leaves the defendant, Juniper Woods, as the only possibility. No! Impressive. He has you on the ropes even before any cross-examination. You could at least pretend to be upset for me. A splendid job, Fulbright. That could not be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. I don't do this for the money. It's all about the justice. Injustice we trust. Not only a half-wit, but a perennial sick in the mud you are. I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright.
Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand.
Oh, Miriam in their box. Scuttlebutt. ...
So, our first witness is a cardboard box.
Ka! Stands up. Cross her arms. Stealth mode deactivated. Turns white to black. Panda ink. This side up. The this side up sticker is upside down. It says hands off and fragile with a broken heart.
Oh my! The box has hands.
Photograph. Smile, Your Honor. It's from a disposable camera also. Like the box open, we see the arms.
What the dickens? I just had my picture taken.
Miriam Scuttlebutt, senior at the Legal Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge's course. Juniper's been a bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crimes. Spin her pen around her finger.
Might I ask whether you could come out of that box?
But how would I get any more scoops if I blew my cover? So nobody saw her real face ever since? She went to school? And she's been living in that cardboard box to protect her identity? Wow. So the answer is no. After all, covert actions and undercover reporters' bread and butter.
But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular.
A former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Yeah.
Oh my, I never thought of it that way. Very well, if it would spare a life, I will make a special exception this time.
A former ninja in prison? Holy shit-o, how can the judge believe that load of crock?
Now, your testimony, please. But take care not to reveal your face.
The similarity of the case and the script. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper had to be the killer. She had a motive in the murder, it's just like her script. What?
The murder is just like her script. Could such a thing be true?
Compare scripts with the murder case and crime scenes photos. Then you will seize. Taka comes. This is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script. Ergo, the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, in the art room where the crime supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which "use" was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script has been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script, an argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing. Gulp. That makes perfect sense. What now? A prosecutor Blackwell's had all his ducks lined up in a row. He's really on a roll now. He's like a pit bull once he sinks his teeth into you. How dare she? My script had it all. A bum rap and a phony evidence. Grudges and betrayals.
I trust the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness.
No problem. Yes, I'm ready, I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done it over and over. I know I can do this. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script.
Hold
it! There must be places where the script and this case diverge. Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles.
Objection!
I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate.
Objection!
What did you just say? Black really turned that one on you. Whose side are you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback! Whoa, easy there, Athena. Now, you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hasn't yet been erected in the mock trial script. And in the actual case, there were signs indicating the victim's wrists have been bound. But such a difference pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any event, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility. Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a total bird. Try again, why don't you, Pond of Woods? Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content.
Hold it!
Somebody could have stolen a peek beforehand. I don't think so. I tried any number of times. Shame on you, Miriam. But that crafty she-devil Juniper had eyes in her back of her head. What chance does your average person has enough to cover a reporter like me failed? Interesting point, still. Miss Scuttlebutt, won't you get in trouble later for admitting to such underhanded tactics? What, you? I plead entrapment. How is your blurting out your own crime entrapment? But you haven't scooped me yet. They were all set to use Juniper's script. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage.
Hold it!
How do you know that Professor Court wasn't going to use her script? There, in the art room where the heinous crime took place, an envelope marked Hughes and Miriam Scuttlebutt's scripts were found. Evidently, the script that was going to be used belonged to the girl in the box over there. It's only natural that my script would be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a courtroom battle in the dark age of the law. I can't help but feel Professor Court went out of her way not to use it. But Juniper, she used some devious, underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script, not my masterpiece, was used in the mock trial. How's that for an explanation? Juniper has to be the killer. She had a motive, and the murder is just like her script.
Hold it!
I want to check the courtroom record again. Okay, we have court planner. So she was supposed to meet with you on the eve of the mock trial. Need to speak with you, O'Connor. Routine report. Meet with you about that report yesterday. Important. Okay, so there was a routine report. 9 a.m. prep for mock trial. Final confirmation. 1 p.m. meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. And at 2 p.m. the mock trial begin. Okay. So they say the murder happened around 6 in the evening before the meeting with you? Between 6 and 8. On the October 23rd. No other visible damage, but stab wound was very rough. Rough? A null isn't rough. How could it be rough? It doesn't say a time. It doesn't say when, at which time she was supposed to meet with you. Arrow that pierced the victim's side, stained with blood. Scroll paper with malicious scoop on alleged love triangle. Stage costume, not with 2 pages. Oh, here's the mock trial script by Junie. Body with protruding arrow found in the quad. Murder weapon was an owl. Arrow was inserted as a ruse. Actual murder scene was the art room where traces of blood were found on the floor. Body was dropped from the 3rd floor art room to the maintenance area below. A mat was laid out to cushion the fall. A bolt cart from the storehouse was then used to move the body to the stage. The archery club's room has a good view of the quad. The body was moved to the quad to make it look like an archery club member had shot the victim with an arrow. Things to prepare. All buy school festival funds. Get from hardware store. Arrow, borrow one from the archery club. Oh, if I borrow one from the archery club, it could give away part of the script's plot. TBD. Sweatsuit, victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. Ah. No. She died in the green sweatsuit. Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body just like the script.
Objection!
No, you weren't paying attention, Latina. Where is the trial which pits hawks against canaries?
Objection!
What did you just say? Ha ha ha! If he's so wary, he should try humping less. I bet that would save some energy. This is no time for joke, Apollo. He just called me a canary. Well, you're wearing yellow. Don't let him get to you. At least canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Sykes Dono. You, O'Connor, discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage a body as if it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? Yeah, that's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school child. Elementary school? Reporter's testimony throws attorney Athena Sykes for loop. The perfect caption. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Miriam just took a picture.
How marvelous! A photo in the newspaper is just the thing to boost your brand.
In a school paper? Seriously?
I believe you pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Sykes.
Now, do you see how clear-cut my case is? Take it now, and in that fair, desperate mind of yours, etch it deep, so you may never forget. No! No! Oh, even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I going to do? Apollo. ... Athena. You should just about have all the answers you've been looking for now. Huh? Think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of the mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way? I don't follow. Well, try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do. Ah, I get it. Thanks, Apollo. Miss Colorobot, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look like as it was in the script, and that it is beyond the shadow of a doubt not a coincidence. Is that correct? No, duh. After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil ways.
Objection!
Caca! What did I say? What did I say? Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her? That would be just not foolhardy, but completely irrational. What do you mean?
Well, yes, Miss Sykes, please tell the court what do you mean by irrational?
Well, it wouldn't make any sense for Judy to make her own script on purpose because it would mean leaking the script. It would make her the culprit or not be possible. Well, yeah, it would make her the culprit. Like, why would she kill somebody in the same fashion that was in the script? The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script. That in and of itself is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same?
Yes, Miss Sykes. Can't you explain what you mean?
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Miss Wood is the killer. If so, then what reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script? That's easy. She was admitting that she was the... That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was the killer. So what we actually have here is evidence of someone trying to frame our client. Okay, so now the box burst out and then school supplies fall from the box, which is like some pen, a ruler, a rectangle, triangle to make lines. Yeah, there were more than one. Sorry. Sorry. The body was found the day of the mock trial. In short, the day the details were revealed. So it would be completely inconceivable for the murder to go exactly like the script. Don't let it go to your head just yet.
Objection!
It would seem Justice Dono's comrade in arms has finally drawn her sword. However, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until your master is used. Enough with the stupid sword metaphor already! There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency of which you speak. Reason? What reason? Must I spell out everything? You are what people today call high maintenance. The accused has intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, nary a soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of this case and script.
Objection!
No! The mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered.
Objection!
Our witness here are also that discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accused herself. What? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too? Precisely. And with the discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled. Wait, so you didn't call the police? Nope. I kept it secret for my big scoop. You can't do that! I made her pay long and hard penance for her sin. Did I not, my little buckstop? Cock cock! Compared to the work of a hardcore war correspondent, the sheer terror of that was. Ah! Jeez, I wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her. Look off all the holes in her box, I bet! And spin her like a top-wall Detective Fulbright cackled in delight? That sounds more nauseating than scary. Enough jabbering. Witness, continue your testimony. Sure, Mr. Samurai, I'm ready to finish up that she-devil. What Scuttlebutt saw. I snuck into Jupiter's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper has changed into her stage costume. I asked her, "What are you doing?" When suddenly, she fled into the hallway, and she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Ford's body. She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume that she had made.
Hold it!
Why did you just withhold such key testimony? Ah! What's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell is. No, wait. I bet he's already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Mrs. Wood's room before the mock trial. That means she too could have moved the victim's body. Cack! The prosecution slave no longer has any ground to stand on. Help! Now, no need to ruffle your own feathers so. When you sneak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out? No, thanks. You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi. Oh yeah, I do. Around the estimated time of death. I was undercover reporter class. It's right near my home. Undercover reporter class? The proverbial rug has been pulled from under you. The witness could not be the killer.
The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secured to the floor.
I tried to warn you. Oh. Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down. Huh? No, wait a minute. The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, he will also reap. Why can't he say you reap what you sow?
Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events.
Oh, don't you worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked, or journalists either. My third eye is always eyeing a scoop. She's always eyeing a scoop? Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye.
Hold it!
Oh. Apollo has something. Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt. Apollo? There's just one thing I would like to ask. Did you take a picture of the victim's body? And if not, why not? No, I didn't take one. Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you're always eyeing a scoop? Did you or didn't you really see the victim's body? It's not like I, well, actually, saw it, but, what the devil? Did you hear that, Your Honor? The witness didn't actually see the body. That completely overturns the prosecution's claim that the witness was led to it. Justice Deneau, you dare bear steel at me again? Hold it. Nice try, boy wonder. So what if I didn't see the body? The fact remains that Juniper led me there. Feast your eyes on this. What exactly am I looking at here? This is the cloak that's part of her costume. Like, there's the bloody shawl, but there's the costume, but it's not ready yet. This is the hood, the way like she was supposed to dress as La Miroir, but the constellation is not even there yet. The constellations are not sewn into the body, and I don't see any traces of fluorescent paint. There's an open toolbox. There's a key with a green sticker on the workbench. There's lockers in the background and an open window. And that's it. It's a crucial moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods. Why did you not tell me of this? It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment. And that will be now, right here in court. Surprise! What'd I do? Alternates keep their scoop secret until the right moment. She's pretty brave hiding it from Blackwell like that. Or pretty stupid! Well, this is an unexpected turn. Tina, about this picture. See how it only shows the back of the subject? So then... Right, who knows whether this photo shows Juniper in the first place?
Objection!
A completely irrelevant point. What is relevant here is... there was someone who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this. The route by which the accused escaped. The witness pursued the accused this way, after she fled the dressing room. Okay, so now we have the dressing room in the lecture hall. Outside is the stage. So let's see, Juniper went that way, turned the corner, went the floor. The accused descended to the first floor and exited to the quad. Then what, Carton Cretin? Okay, so she went to the third floor, she went down the stairs to the first, and then she left towards the quad, and then we see Scuttlebutt outside the door near the stage. I tripped and fell, caught my knee on my own box. She stayed under a box even while running after someone sounds difficult. Recall the body was already there. For you, O'Connor, has already seen it. She was trying to show someone the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial.
Hold it!
But if the facts have changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness.
The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
It seems justice, though, has saved your pretty little hide, Missy. For now, at least. Phew. Guess I pulled that off somehow. Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver. Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box. It's Primo cardboard, lovingly selected from among many. Ah! Tell another lie or hide another fact from me, and I shall put you in the torch. I shall put the cardboard to the torch. Gah! Gah! Please, anything but that. Judge shakes his head.
I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. All right, Miss Syke, you may cross-examine the witness.
What's called about, sir? I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall.
Hold it!
You said you snuck in, but why would you do something like that? Because if I got a big scoop on Juniper, club membership would go through the roof. Right now, the newspaper club only has one member, me. The club's history once I'm gone. Well, technically, if you are less than 3, if you don't have an assistant teacher to cover the club is already gone. So, a club of 1 that doesn't exist. So the Team Zero brand recognition is a matter of life and death. Her means may be questionable, but her motive is surprisingly sound. Extra, extra! Students seeking the thrills and chills of expose journalism report to the club room. End quote. This has been a paid advertisement. Anyway, where was I? Huh? Never took Miriam for such a go-getter. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, what are you doing?
Hold it!
Why would she change into that costume? The bug trial was about to begin. How should I know? But if you don't believe me, take a look at this photo. But this is for the show after that. I captured this critical moment like the gonzo journalist and pro that I am. But this only showed the back of where it was fleeing. You expect me to shoot her face when she's running away from me? I guess you're right, but this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. At any rate, as this photo shows, Juniper was in her stage costume. When suddenly, she fled into the hallway, as if she wanted me to follow her. Oh.
Hold it!
That doesn't mean you had to chase her. Call it a journalist instinct. I see something fishy, I go after it. But you never did catch up to her, did you? A true undercover journalist get up and dust herself off when she stumbles. That reminds me, didn't you fall during the chase when you tripped on your box? A true undercover journalist is always ready to stumble over a great story. Sure are a lot of holes in your story, or is it just the scuttlebutt brand of journalism? Cut! But true undercover journalist always prevails against her adversaries. Follow her all the way to Professor Court's body.
Hold it!
What would our client have to gain from leading you there? The accused has employed her self-penned script as a manual for murder. Ergo, she had to stop the mock trial before the script details became public. That account for a desperate attempt to lead our carton created here to the body.
Objection!
But as we all know, Miss Scuttlebutt didn't alert the authorities. And as a result, the mock trial began as scheduled.
Objection!
The issue here is not whether it was, in fact, halted. The fact remains that the accused was trying to lead the witness to the body. Does that not show clear intent to halt the mock trial? I'm gonna present the stage costume. That doesn't make a lick of sense.
Objection!
There you go. Miss Scuttlebutt's sole basis for identifying our client as the figure in this photo is the fact that it shows someone in Mrs. Wood's stage costume. Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear cut. No, that's where you're completely mistaken. What? This is a design drawing for our client's stage costume.
Oh my, what a wonderful creation! The constellations are extraordinary.
I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside of the costume. But there's not a single star on the costume in the photo.
Oh, then that means, what exactly?
Your Honor, there were no other blue costume at the scene. Which leads me to believe that the figure in the photo was wearing our client's costume inside out.
But why would Miss Wood make a mistake like that?
Well, it's not really a matter of why, but rather who made the mistake of putting it on inside out. Wait, you're not suggesting. That's right, I'm glad you're catching on. The costume designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter. A failure as a reporter? Oh, she dropped her laptop. Ah! Oh, my face! Okay, we saw her. She had pigtails. She had a straight face with narrow eyes. She has a mean face. We saw her for the first time. And she also has bandages on her fingers. Why, hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. So nice to meet the woman beneath the box. Yeah, there was a laptop that she dropped at the very end. You didn't see nothing.
Objection!
Now, I have you to stop right here, Saxdono. For it is the why of the matter upon which I would have this court focus. What do you mean? Miss Juniper Woods. Yes? What were you doing on the morning of the mock trial? I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint?
My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. I was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent.
Oh. They saying that the design is not supposed to be outside the cloth, but inside, and with the fluorescent paint, it's supposed to glow through.
I was going to make the costume shimmer.
Fluorescent? What was that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities?
Not fluoride. Fluorescent, as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark.
Yes, yes. So you applied that to the inside of the costume, and then...
I left it dry for a while because I heard it takes a long time. So I put the costume on my mannequin inside out.
Inside out? So then... This is a photograph of the inside out costume taken in the dark. Oh. Oh, okay. So when it's inside out, when it's inside out, the paint makes the cloth all yellow. But what she was trying to do is probably prick some holes on the outside so the light would come out of those holes. Yeah, you can see there's some hand marks. As you can see, there's a heavy layer of paint over the entire inside surface. If someone were to properly don this costume in this state, the wet paint would go all over their body.
Why, yes, I believe it would.
Indeed, ergo, the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake. No, okay. I see what happens now. So the one in the picture is actually Robin Newman. And this is because I figured something out while the picture was taken. As you can see in the picture below, Robin Newman has the inside of his hand glowing with the same yellow. So, and we see hand marks on the seams of the coat, as if he was trying to grab it. Because when you grab it, you leave some hand marks, and he didn't know, like, there were actually like the coat was inside out, and that there was paint on it. But because this was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out. Ah! Yeah, glowing costume, photo added to the court record. Let's watch it now. You can see the hand mark here, the thumbs, and part of the palms. Figures it would have a photo. Did we just fall into his trap? Yeah, I bet Blackwell had it all planned out. Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Oh, please tell me you found something that doesn't add up. Check out the chest area. It kind of looked like handprints to me. Hey, you're right. But Junie would know better than to touch it while the paint was so wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. After all, it matters. If master painters make mistakes, why not rank amateurs such as the accused?
Objection!
So basically you're saying my claim required evidence to back it up? Evidence? That should be a problem, right? After all, you've come this far. Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I've thought everything too true, though. What? You mean you've just been bluffing? What did you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. But you're right, there's only one thing left to do at this point. And that's to present some evidence. Pronto! A showdown, is it? I gladly accept. The fluorescent paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touched the costume. Sorry. And that paint should glow in dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence. The piece of evidence show who touched the costume. Okay, I got it.
Take that!
A school newspaper?
Interesting. Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Miss Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in that photo as he stands at the prosecutor's bench. As you can see, it's glowing just like Miss Woods' fluorescent paint.
It is glowing quite brightly, I might add.
But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't, not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on.
Oh! That means... what again?
It means the figure photographed in the costume was not our client Jennifer Woods. It was her classmate, Robin Newman.
What?
To think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's going to happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom. So then. Does that mean that Robin is our man? Well, that's certainly how it looks. Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself. I challenge you to a duel.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
I'm Robin Newman! Dinosaur office! Roar! I want to become a great artist! I practice day and night! Yeah! This vase sucks! Art's gotta be sincere, man!
So, for occupation, should we put down a budding artist?
No! This pot sucks as well! Demas Legal Academy Senior Prosecutor Course! This brace is proof of my masculinity! I've been training to be a prosecutor for 18 years! I have a feeling he's a girl on that. Because the brace makes some pressure on his chest, and it looks like it's restraining his boobs. So I'm pretty sure that Robin is a girl.
I assume you will be cleaning up the pottery you smashed before you leave today.
Oh man!
It seems the witness had finally settled down.
I guess nothing phases the judge after all these years.
You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you had fluorescent paint on your head.
Why I touched the costume. I went to see Juniper in the dressing room, but she wasn't there. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa! The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall on me. I got that paint on me when I caught it. No, because if that was the case, we would see full handprint on both ends. we only see the thumb and part of the palm. We don't see any other fingerprints. If that was the case, like the way the prints are made, it was as if he was attaching it on. Like grab the costume, put it, and then fasten it together. Let me check. Yeah. Like you would grab the sleeve while it's wearing it and then put it together. I got that paint on me when I caught it, but I never put it on. That's just stupid.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness.
Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but...
Ah! Ah, no! I hate therapy! The psychologist in our school sucks! Not again. What's his problem? I sensed it the moment Robin took the stand. The discord in his heart. So you think he might be hiding something? Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the Mood Matrix can do for you. Mood Matrix activate. Boop. 100% noise. I went to see Juniper in her waiting room. Nothing. Shocked, but she wasn't there. Makes sense. Happy. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa. Still shocked. The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall over. Shocked. I got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on, that's just stupid. Angry. Okay, I got two suspects. The shock here and the angry at the end. Okay, let's point out the obvious here.
Got it!
Mr. Newman, this emotion is inconsistent with your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not true. My only emotion is testosterone-fueled stubbornness. Yikes, I wouldn't really call that an emotion. Wonder where I went wrong. Better try that again. Bring it on! The billion times or billion, I don't care! Okay. So, that makes sense. That him being angry. Okay, so I'm gonna pinpoint this one.
Got it!
No? Then happiness? The happy is a contradiction. Why? When you mentioned the stage costume, I sense a sudden powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman? Wait, what? Why would your frilly scarf thing and a long skirt make me feel like that? He's sweating. I don't know, but you seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. He really is a girl. You didn't happen to put it on, did you? Like I would be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude, and I'm into braces. You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Oh, come on, isn't it obvious? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No way, man! The mannequin came falling towards me, so I stuck out my hand to stop it. End of story. That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Like I said. Like, that's the opposite. Like, if he was holding it like that, we could only see the fingerprints and no thumbprint. because the thumbs will be towards the middle piece of the mannequin, which has no piece of cloth on it. Even if that update, something just doesn't feel right here. Do I have anything that could prove his statement contradicts what really happened? Yes.
Take that!
You said the mannequin came falling towards you, so you stuck your hand out to stop it. If so, then the fingers of your hands would have been pointing outward like this. But that's not what the handprints show. In fact, this looks more like your thumbs and the base of your palms. Why in the world would I leave such weird handprints? You know why? You left them when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Just like the model in this drawing. Yeah, you see the drawing, we can see the base, they call it the scarf part of the robe. She puts her hand together, like you can see like the thumb and... Whoa! Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put the stage costume on, didn't you? And you really do like Miss Wood's clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on. But I don't like girly clothes, man. 90%. Yes, new information to plug in. Like, it's fine if she doesn't like girly clothes, but she doesn't have to hide the fact that she's a woman, you know? Like, there's no reason for her, unless she wants to be identified as a dude. Time for another update. I snuck in, knowing the costume wasn't there. My heart was pounding even though I'm a guy. It's happy, sadness, and shock at the same time. Then I saw it, it was even more amazing than I imagined. I was like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. It's still, the sadness is still on. Oh my god, this is denial. Every time he says I'm a guy, there's a discord of sadness in his voice. Info update. Yeah, the cloak is on. It's true, I did put on girly clothes. But it was strictly for artistic purposes. Now he's angry. Okay, I'm gonna go with the second one. The sadness when he said, I'm a guy.
Got it!
Yeah. There, another emotion that doesn't fit. So what? You're already starting to get on my nerves, man. Mr. Newman, you got excited when you put the costume on. But you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's no big deal. Okay, Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? Oh, no! You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is... This face sucks! No matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper! Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. No, that's not it! I totally own those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty. But, there's something that keeps getting in my way. Wow, that's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right here. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. Out of control emotion? We saw those during the Ninetales Veil incident. So all we have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Right, helping look for conflict between his statement and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Mr. Newman said that there's something getting in the way of him being pretty. Something that doesn't go with girly clothes. But what could it be? Fine, I'll testify, man. 85%. Oh. Anger outburst. I snuck in knowing the costume wasn't there. My heart was pounding even though I'm a guy. It's true I felt a powerful feeling when I saw that long frilly scarf. I admit it, I wore girly clothes. Info update. I felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. It felt so right. I was totally dressed up like a girl. It felt so right. What's causing anger? The brace? Maybe not here. I felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. Yeah, probably the brace was in the way.
Got it!
Yeah. Mr. Newman, you feel a great deal of anger towards your brace, don't you? Is that what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? Huh? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is you really want to take that brace off, don't you? No way, man. This is a symbol of masculinity. I could never take it off. Is this why you can't take it off, or that you don't want to take it off? Man, I should have kept my big mouth shut. This is really weird. He exhibits intense anger towards his brace, which he calls a symbol of masculinity, but he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. What could it be at the root of his complicated relationship with his brace? I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an heart-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? It seems Robin's still hiding a secret, a big one. Bigger than the fact that he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks. Yes, at least I think so. Exclamation mark. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman. What? I'm onto your little secret, and if I'm correct, it's not very little at all, it's huge. This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. You want to be pretty like a girl, you hate girls, or you're a girl. Mr. Newman, or should I say Miss Newman? You are, and always have been, a girl. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No? I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence. But that's what Robin's heart is shouting out loud and clear.
Hold it!
I still think you totally lost it. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could he possibly be a she? I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. Oh, ho, ho, oh!
I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day. But if she's a she, then she's the most convincing actress I've ever encountered. Therefore, let me pronounce my verdict. Robin Newman is without question a man. In the terms of the law. Court is adjourned.
Ow! Ho, 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 ho! Ho, ho, ho! You are now truly just as though as equal in one area. You are just as equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a finer specimen of the masculine spirit. Hold it! Oh. Ah! If you guys are done talking about me, I'm... Is his brace about to break? Dot, dot, dot. Heh. Ha Standing straight. Oh, the bracer is sticking off. Ah! The brace! It's... Yeah. She has boobs and her her eyelashes are bigger for some reason. Miss Sykes? Okay, wait. It's still the same voice. Miss Sykes? No, allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep this a secret at all costs. But no! No way! Gah! Surely this must be some kind of jest. Nope, it's for real. I'm a girl, body and soul. Yeah, she spins and twirls around like a girl. All right, does it feel good? I bet it feels good for her now, like to be delivered from this persona, this facade. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a P-E-E-K. Ah, a peek. As if... What an amazing transformation. Well, all the Discord is gone. The image is now complete. Info update. Yeah, her angry face turns into a smiley face. From 85 to 0%. Wow. Bye-bye. I was raised up as a boy since I was little and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now this living lie had me pinned into the ground. It's ARG! It's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena! Now I can stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I want to be an artist. Yay!
Order! Order! What a shocking development. He really did turn out to be a she.
Why is everyone looking at me like that? I feel like a movie star or something. Now we see she produced a glass pink shoe and she looks at it with stars in her eyes. The shoe is twinkling. But no paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. Okay. Okay, AY. Rawr! No pics or regret it, man! And I'm just imagining things, or is Robin even more hyper now than when she was a she? She's even more hyper now than when she was a he. I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest, literally.
This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything?
The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things. Because there's now a piece of evidence that must be re-evaluated. Yeah, the recording.
Very well, let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must be reconsidered now that we know that the witness is a girl?
The tape recorder.
Take that!
This is what I would like the court to reconsider.
Oh, the tape recorder, the one that recorded the threat. You're a gunner.
That's right, and we have already established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female if you exclude Miss Scuttlebutt because of her alibi. And that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect.
So then,
That's right, the witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we're using the voice in this recording as the basis of hurling accusation, this witness must be labeled a suspect too. Oh! Oh no! She put her fingers underneath her eyes to block the tears. Wow, talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it. You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. Yeah, but wow, that was a lot of work for a single one.
Objection!
Not so hasty now. You're forgetting that only one person here was privy to the script. Ergo, Miss Juniper Woods is still the prime suspect.
Objection!
But Miss Newman hid the fact that she was a girl both at the crime scene and in court. I would say that puts her in camp suspicious. Eek, that's not nice, Athena. How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me... faint?
Objection!
Yeah, she fainted. Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods, by leading Miss Scuttlebutt to the body that would make her an accessory to the crime. How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crimes, Mr. Birdman! Attorney at law! Prosecutor at law, Mr. Birdman, sir! Oh.
Objection!
Birdman! In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explained quite a bit, does it not?
Objection!
Ah! He made it all make sense somehow. And he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can show someone else knew the script's detail. How could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have known that what was in the script was if they saw the mock trial, heard it from Junie, or had penned the script. Penned the script. I got it! All anyone has to do is write their own script. In a completely stream of thought, they will make their way.
I'm not even going to ask how such a Frankenstein can resemble the actual script.
Oh no! Oh well, if at first you don't succeed. Well, the only way they could have known what was in the script was if they heard it from Julie. Sorry, Junie, but you're not going to be like this. You're not going to like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone.
What the devil?
And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution.
Oh!
But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back.
Miss Woods did not want Hugh O'Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it. If Robin won, you wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Oh. Right, Junie was probably trying to keep their friendship from becoming awkward. Objection! Objection! How could you, Tina? What a bunch of bull! I never heard a word about the script from Juniper. Never ever!
Objection!
You sure? Can you look me in the eye and swear you didn't? B-A-D, Athena. You don't have any evidence! Like every time she go angry, she the blood of her head vacate. Actually, we might have just the thing. Really? Yeah, one of Robin's line I've read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Clavier. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Her forehead, how did the mock trial participant reacted to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Yeah, Robin said, oh, the green sweatsuit. S-U-R-E? I might have said that, but so what? Well, think of it this way, Athena. Yeah, which way exactly? Well, if I told you that I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit. Oh, I think I've got it! Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Miss Newman knew the contents of the script. The defense moved to present said evidence to the court.
Very well, Miss Sachs, present away.
This evidence proves that Miss Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents. The script, because it says that it was supposed to be... The victim was supposed to be wearing one of the sweatsuit of the prosecutor course instead of the judges.
Take that!
The mock trial script?
Miss Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body. And reportedly, you reacted by saying, oh, the green sweatsuit. Oh? Yes, I said that. What's your point? You seem to have some issue with the green sweatsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the things to prepare page. Sweatsuit victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor's course. Ah! You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's content, then that should have surprised you. Ah, no! Oh. I thought we were friends, Athena. I could have been so blind. In light of her previous knowledge, I have to declare Miss Newman a suspect, Your Honor.
You what?
Objection! If knowing script details makes me a suspect, then there must be others besides me. I mean, someone else could have also seen Professor Court's note. Note? What note? The professor and Juniper were working together to prepare for the mock trial. But only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that gets kind of inconvenient, right? You're not seriously going to suggest? Eek, but it's the truth. Professor Court did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case, but she did write a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's body. Is this really true, Miss Newman? If you don't believe me, send the police over to my house. Tell them to check the picture on my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage. So I took a picture of the note. I would say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like our clan's culprit. Clan's script.
Yes, I believe you're right.
Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Prosecutor Blackwell would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case.
Ooh-hoo!
Objection!
A bully for you, Missy, but don't take the spell's victory. Hey, why not? The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit, so put away your wooden sword. to show me what you're truly capable of if you wish to live. You want it? Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna bring it. Oh, you, Connor, to the stand. Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam. Civil law, criminal law, and corporate law. 25th edition or 26th edition? Okay.
I already said what I want nothing to do with this trial.
How juvenile. It is not a matter of what you want, but you will cooperate, you O'Connor.
Prosecutor Blackwell, why have you called this witness?
You will recall that the day before the mock trial, in short, the day of the murder, the accused testified that she left her home at around 6 p.m.
Yes, my notes here do confirm that fact.
Right. Our client wasn't at school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't be.
Objection!
Yeah, that was but a felicitous. That was a felicitous. I never use that word. Felicitous. Felicitous? That was but a felicitous lie. Or am I mistaken, golden boy?
I've no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold! I am not through with you yet!
Huh. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me.
Leave, and we just might discuss you know what.
No, wait!
He's sweating. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about?
I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor?
Adjusting his glasses with his thumb. The word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with it. You, O'Connor, said you're at Temus Legal Academy lawyer course. How's that?
Just fine. Your testimony then, if you please.
You're up against the top of the class now. I'd be careful if I were you. I know Ginny would never lie like that. That pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him. Around the time of the murder.
To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated at the archery range until 7 p.m. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Jennifer. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self.
That's it. Anything else would you like to ask? That's quite enough. Well done, golden boy.
Heh.
The bell, the final bell, rings at 7 p.m., at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now you will recall the tape recorder. We know the time of the voice recorded. It was 7:10, the day before the mock trial. That was the dark hour of this heinous crime. Do you have any proof of that? As its final bell, the school plays a special broadcast when the clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after that broadcast. The killer waited until the school was empty to spring her devious and deadly trap. Tape recorder updated in the court record. Recorded in the art room at 7:10 p.m. on the 23rd. Okay. Fits with the time of death. What's this? Ah!
So when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been...
Indeed, it was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on tape in the art room. Ergo, we know that the accused was still in the main building even after the killing.
So the time of the murder and the time of when the body was moved?
Great, another inconvenient testimony.
Miss Syke, your cross-examination, please. Okay. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditate at the archery range until 7 p.m.
Hold it!
So, do you meditate often?
Don't tell me you're going to start pestering me too.
What's that supposed to mean?
No need to play dumb with me. All the girls wants to know about my private life.
What?
I will remind you the defense this is a court of law, not the pickup spot.
It seems Miss Fancy Pants lawyer is smitten with the witness.
Objection!
I am not! Objection, objection, objection! I'm not in love with the suspect. I don't have a crush on him. He's disgusting. Just trying to establish the witnesses.
You must know I never go a day without meditating.
Satisfied now, stalker girl? That's it! You better take that! Whoa, whoa, whoa there, Tiger. Just take a deep breath and relax.
I'll just continue my testimony now, if you don't mind. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper.
Hold it!
Our client has stated she went home at 6 p.m. You and Professor Court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes, I left school around 6 p.m.
No, wrong. I don't know what she was doing, but Juniper was definitely at school after 7 p.m. But I suppose neither side can prove one way or the other.
But if Junie was there, that means she's lying.
Truth be told, I only saw her for the briefest of moments. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seems her usual self.
Hold it!
So you just walked past a good friend, barely saying a word?
The final bell already rung. They get mad when you stand around chatting. Then again, we're not like you people talking endlessly in those annoyingly loud voices.
Objection!
Annoyingly loud voices? I would like it if you refrain from insulting my partner like that. Normally I would shout objection right about now, but I'll take this one for the team.
Anyway, I think that's about all I have to say. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask?
Hold it!
Alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer.
I expected as much, so go ahead, ask away.
Mr. O'Connor, I want to ask you, did you go to the art room? Why did you stay past the last bell? Or how did you prep for the mock trial? Did you go to the art room? Or as it's now known, the scene of the crime?
No, I didn't.
Can you prove it?
As much as I would like to say I could, I can't. But let me ask you, can you prove that I did?
As much as I'd like to say I could, I can't. But I will ask, how often do you visit there?
Hardly ever. There's no reason for me to be there anyway.
There's no reason for you to be there?
Is there an echo in there? If someone's bothering you, I'll just add it to my testimony.
How considerate. Thank you for noticing. Let's add your statement to your testimony.
Let me add, I never went to the art room. There was no reason for me to be there.
Does that contradict anything?
Hold it!
You had no reason to be in the art room? Really? Let me check. He had a reason to stay after school because he had a meeting with the victim. So yeah, this line is no good. You had no reason to be in the art room, really?
Well, the lawyer course is in my... The lawyer course I'm in is supervised by Professor Means. Plus, I'm not a member of Professor Court's art club, so why would I even go there?
What about art class?
Nice try, but seniors don't take art class.
Alright, then let me ask you.
Wait, I just remembered something important.
You did?
I scored only 100% on all the art tests I took through junior year. That's it.
Right. Always happy to indulge in some ego stroking. Anyway, what to ask next? Okay, let's say, how did you prep for the mock trial? I think he had a reason to go to the art class because he had a meeting with Professor Court. Please tell the court what you were doing on October 23rd, the day before the mock trial.
That's an easy one. Nothing in particular.
Nothing at all? You didn't help with the preparation?
You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparation and the lag to others. My job was to be mentally prepared.
Junie put her heart and soul into getting things ready while he just sat on his behind?
Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating at the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7 p.m. I suppose a few archery club members did come and go while I was there.
But you didn't talk to anyone? Not a single soul?
That's right. I didn't say a word to anyone until the final bell at 7 p.m.
I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony.
I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face. I didn't talk to anyone until the final bell. I had been meditating alone at the archery bell.
Okay, I'm gonna try to present Court's planner. As he spent this day at the archery bell, he never went to the...
Objection!
Yeah, it worked! So, you didn't talk to anybody on October 23rd. Are you sure about that?
I already told you. My word is as good as gold.
Okay, then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details.
Sorry, I've never seen that before.
Okay, this is the victim's planner. She recorded all of her plans in great detail. Take a look at this page here. It reads 23rd, meet with you, and important. Don't you find that interesting?
What? Where'd you get that?
The key word here is important. You say that you were at the archery range all day, but you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk.
But the entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation?
In the art club. I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell.
What's this now?
The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. O'Connor?
This is insane.
Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you also have no evidence as usual. Well, no, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until after the last bell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim.
First Robin, now me. Who are you going to accuse next? You're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead.
Don't let it get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. I had my suspicion about Robin, but you seem just as guilty. These three are the only possible suspect after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day? ...
Sorry, Mr. Jailbird Prosecutor. I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I have something to say.
If it will save me some trouble, then by all means, speak away.
If you would recall, Miss Syke, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I would like you to explain how I could possibly be a suspect.
Oh, you had a point. Impressive. Golden Boy here does shine gold indeed. Care to take the reins? You're more than capable of prosecuting this case.
Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer.
What a pity. To think such genius is to be wasted on mere lawyering. Sweating. At last, your moment is here, Sykes Dono. Time to refute Golden Boy's statement. And prove that you're the young prodigy worthy of the badge on your lapel. Could he lay any more pressure on? The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that. Yeah, you're right. In which case... to whom does the voice on the tape really belong to? The witness, the victim, or the defendant? Witness would be you. The defendant would be Juniper. It could be the victim. The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Objection!
Are you mad? The voice on the recording says you're a gunner. That is something a murderer shouts at their victim, not the other way around. Yeah, that is a problem. You're a gunner. You're a gunner. You're a gunner. No! She said you, O'Connor! Athena? You're a gunner. You a gunner. You a corner. You O'Connor. Wait a second! Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me here. You're scared? I'm terrified for even coming up with this. With what? Prosecutor Blackwell, you wanted to know if I'm worthy of my badge? Well, I'm about to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride. Oh, then I can take it you won't be changing your argument. Still, it stands that it's a bit odd for the victim to be the one yelling, "You're a goner." I agree, if that's what the victim was saying, but it's not.
I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Miss Sykes?
Not exactly, but you don't have to add fuel to the fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed Professor Court's voice on the tape, then she was shouting because she was threatening you, O'Connor, being threatened by you, O'Connor, or scolding you, O'Connor. I'm about to say being threatened by. You're a goner was a threat the witness shouted at the victim. As been mentioned countless times, the voice in the recording is female. How the devil do you reckon it belongs to the witness? Oh, right.
I'm confused how you could be confused about that, so without further ado, a penalty.
No fair! 2 against 1. You're a goner. Yeah, I know I was correct, but it's just like... Maybe... Threatening O'Connor or scolding O'Connor? You're a goner was a threat directed at the witness.
And what possible reason would she have to do that?
Oh well, she was at that rebellious age. You know how a student can be.
The victim was neither a student nor a rebellious age. She was a professor.
Okay, so she was scolding O'Connor. God damn it. How could I forget such a basic fact? You're a goner. I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying, "You're a goner"? What are you up to now, Athena? Professor Court's planner said she was supposed to meet with a witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Court get angry with him during their private meeting.
I didn't see how this changes what we heard on the tape.
Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you're mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name.
Okay, let's see. You O'Connor!
What did I do to deserve that? Yes, I like that. Try again, but faster.
You O'Connor! Huh? You
Connor?
You
O'Connor?
You
Connor?
Wait a second. No, this scared me.
Objection!
You think I spent the energy to lead you this far if it wasn't true? Oh, but it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect, and that's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters, or the wind for voices.
Now that you mention it.
You can do this, Athena. Just give the old guy one more little push. The sound of the tape recorder never was the phrase, "You're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard, when in fact it was the witness being yelled at. The court will know that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. I think you're right, but what was that? What was that last part again? Never mind. The important thing is that the voice that was recorded isn't our client's. And since it was the victim scolding the witness, we must now join the list of suspects. He must now join the list of suspects.
Ah!
Objection!
He let go of the bag and it falls on his face. I had thought the testimony would suffice, but it seems it has come to this. I will not allow such fallacious squibbles to upend this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court. Evidence? What's he going to pull out now? Feast your eyes on this photo and let me see that insolent look vanish from within them. Okay, so the Hawk presents the photo straight to Your Honor. Okay.
Let's see here. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim.
Okay, so there's Court. There's Professor Court wearing the green jumpsuit. She has the planner on her breast pocket shirt. She's taking a picture with Juniper. Both her hands on her shoulder, on Juniper's shoulder. There is a drawing of Juniper from the side, very realistic, very strong looking. And then there's an abstract sculpting, an abstract sculpture of Themis on to the right. It's as if Picasso was a sculpture. And there's the clock that says 7:05, and it's nighttime. Nothing suggests it's been the 23rd, aside from maybe what the Professor Court was wearing.
There's a picture of the defendant and the victim.
The photographs show Professor and student preparing for the mock trial together. Wait, was this taken in the art room, the room where the murder occurred? Indeed it was, but the revelation did not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on the tape. Wait, what? The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after this photo was taken. School camera photo added to the court record. Photo of the art room while preparation were being made, taken on the day of the murder.
It seems the defendant's culpability in this crime is quite obvious.
Junie was with Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered? What now? Nothing I say can change that fact. Understand now? You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might. Such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of truth. Ah! Listen, Missy. The person you would like to save more than anyone else in this world, I'll be willing to wager that your defense isn't what they desire. But I became a lawyer so I could... You still fail to understand, after so much pain and defeat, the courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up! Ah! Oh. If he thinks I'm giving up now, he's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him. But I can't think of any way to strike back. The worst of times and when lawyers have to force their biggest smile. That's impossible! How could I smile under these circumstances, even if I force it? This is better than bad. Who knew Black Will that one waiting in the wings? Why didn't that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? Wait, maybe this was his real plan? Was he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't got a clue. Who's the real killer? Who murdered Professor Constance Court? Robin Newman? A girl who had been forced to live a lie as a guy? Or was it Hugh O'Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court?
There seems to be a little reason to debate the defendant's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come.
Somebody says objection. Is it you? No, it's Robin. Objection! No, that's not gonna happen, man!
What's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt the judge about to hand down
Tee-hee-hee. Maybe, but false verdict are an N-O-N-O. No, no.
What?
Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper's not the killer. Ah, I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is? What is she up to now? Yup, I know because the real killer is... M.E. me! She's confessing? What? Let me guess. After that, Yu's gonna say that he confessed to the murder as well. Something's off. What? It was me! I did it all alone! Just me! I don't get it. Why is she confessing?
Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There's even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems.
Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends. Just so he can walk free. Get it over with. Declare me guilty already. Hold it. Oh, Juniper. Hold it. Please. Wait. Juniper, what are you doing?
Thank you for all you've done, Tina, but you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer.
Oh my god, is that something to do with the cutscene at the beginning? All three of them are gonna confess to do the crime. They're gonna confess of being guilty, but for some reason, neither three of them are the culprit. Something is happening right now. Like, there's a secret about you. We found Robin's secret, so I don't think that's her. And it cannot be Juniper because we're defending her. That doesn't make sense. That to say that, okay, finally, I admit our client is the culprit. Somebody else. But who else? The only two left is Miriam Scuttlebutt and Professor Means. And Scuttlebutt has an alibi, and Professor Means, is really irrelevant as far as we know. So, Junie, no! Don't do it!
Hugh and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is me. I alone am responsible for the entire crime.
What?
Objection!
Junie, you know that's not true! Hurry up and retract your statement!
I'm afraid it is true. Forgive me, Tina.
Bravo.
Order! Order! Will somebody please explain what's going on here?
I see right through your cheap ploy. School rules state that a prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. Oh. A guilty verdict here would make whatever dreams one had to go up in the puff of smoke.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
Even meek little mice will fight when cornered. A pitiful spectacle, I might add. Okay, I see what they're going for. They all promised they would graduate together. But if one of them is going to jail, they'd rather be everybody convincing of being part of the crime. That means that nobody would graduate. These vermins are trying to protect each other now that they have nowhere else to run. Protect each other? Wait. So was Robin just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... Objection! This whole thing's a joke. Uh-oh, now it's Hugh's turn.
What? What is wrong with this kid these days?
I know what just crossed your mind, Miss Sykes. Oh, yo! He just took up the bow from his bag, and now he grabs the bow with one hand, and he grabs the arrow with his mouth, and he spread the cord with his mouth. He's not even using his left arm. For some reason, he will not use his left arm. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow, he really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. I think it's about time I told you the truth. I cannot use my left hand at all. We never see him use his left hand at all. Is there something wrong with his left hand? And I'll even get right to the point. It was me, I did it. Wait! You win. Yeah, his hand is in his pocket. Now, both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. I'm so confused right now. If you still have doubts, how about I detail my murder plot? It's absolute genius. Enough of this nonsense! This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama.
I see I have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to...
Hoy! Wait, you baldness!
I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm in no position to handle down the verdict just yet. I am hoping that the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case.
Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming.
Fine. Do as you wish. This brings today's proceeding to a close. Court is adjourned.
To be continued. Continue on to the next chapter. Yes. October 25th. Write anything in agency. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remember that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen! Phoenix ... Junie! She asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't from their confession, I would...
But
This is a flashback of Professor Means when he talked during the lobby.
if this special proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Well, I just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. Can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation.
Can it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties.
There you go, Trucy, coming in with the snacks. Thanks, but I better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first right away. No way, I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I better go too.
No problem. You two be careful.
October 25, detention center, visitors room. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Professor Means?
Well now, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, Professor Means, what brings you here?
Jeez. I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me.
She was calling me Tina until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control.
Athena,
Don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence.
About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me.
What? Huh?
I myself only just heard of this a moment ago.
Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen. Not with the way she wants to do things. Junie!
I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out?
Why change lawyers?
Athena, do you actually think you or Robin could have committed this crime?
The body was removed right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point, I can't rule them out.
I was afraid you would say that.
Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat.
But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent?
Oh, I'm a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready.
Oh, he's gonna create fake evidence. Oh my god, he's gonna forge evidence. Because the end justify Professor Means.
For the end really does justify the means. Especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means.
Ah! Really don't like the sound of that. There's a picture of the dark sky behind Timmy's Academy, like saying, okay, this is the dark age of the law. I'm sorry, but
just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe my friends are innocent too.
Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo! But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you for some more questions?
Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation?
Yes, of course. I am your lawyer after all.
There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? Why did you confess? About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? You just said that you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you?
Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend.
You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime.
No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did because she's my friend.
Why is there a discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? Now we see Robin and you and her. There's more here than meets the eye. The trio's friendship. When did you three first become friends?
Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about.
There's that proof of friendship thing again. Just wish this were as simple as that.
We have enough proof of our friendship.
Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around.
But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to trading legal professionals who would produce results.
Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, thought that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students.
At some point, we stopped talking about it. Well, that meant fewer arguments. It also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as that we used to be.
Oh, one of them turned to the means. So that probably would have been you because he's in the No, he's in the lawyer. Means is a lawyer. So probably since he's in the lawyer course, he has Means as a teacher. So he probably got he probably changed his way of thinking. That probably him who turned. Court, he's prosecuting, but he's also going to the art class, which is also Professor Court's class, even though she's a teacher on the judge course, which is what Juniper is going for. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder... Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but... What actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6.
A little after 6? That's a little after 7.
Headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7.
Okay. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else?
No, nowhere else.
If that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture?
Yes, but something's wrong here.
Wrong? What's wrong?
I took this picture around 6, which was before I'd left the art room.
The hour. So the clock has been tampered with. Is that what she's saying?
The clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I've already been working in my dressing room for some time.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture.
I guess we'd better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. Encountering O'Connor. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into you.
Yes, I did.
She's sweating. Around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seems her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? Why is she sweating that much? Why is it that important? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Apollo, is your bracelet reacting to this? I mean, wake up. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder?
Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I would say maybe around 8:30.
Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after when the crime scene supposedly took place.
That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered in a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think after all that hard work they were finally finished.
Alright, the statue that Robin made, so they were covered in white sheets. Junie, are you okay?
Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all.
Sniffing from her sunflower. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Maines?
I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. Cheese! But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off.
Hold it!
Junie! And Professor Maines, I have a proposal.
A proposal?
Wait, this is another one of your crazy... By sundown today!
Yes?
I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice... Wait a second, don't drag my name into this. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery!
What?
And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is.
I see. So it has come to this, has it?
If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you, Professor Maines? Ching!
I have no objection as long as Juniper is satisfied with this agreement.
Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Tina, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time.
Junie, it's way too early to thank me. But you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this.
Very well, I will see you back here at sundown.
Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's a new to the agency, so...
Ching! Don't be silly, I find it rather thrilling. Now let us meet here again later.
If you'll excuse me, I'd better go.
Okay, see you later.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Chee!
There's no time to be thinking about that. I got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Alright, we're moving. Alright, so we at the detention center, we can go to the hallway, lecture hall, outdoor stage, and maintenance area. Let's go to the hallway first. No. Lecture hall. No. Outdoor stage. October 25th, Team S Legal Academy, outdoor stage. Question mark. Oh! Miriam! Is it my imagination or did something just move? Yeah, I didn't notice she was on the stage. But yes, Scuttlebutt is on the stage and she just hid inside her box. Oh, Clavier's back. Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious? Oh, I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial. That means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? Ah, I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked, Fräulein. I determined to help you from the start. You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. Let's, okay, talk to the stage. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock! Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It will look like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. Yeah, the banners with the Governor logo and the Justice symbol. The Phoenix Wright statue and the Gavin pointing, which is basically the snapping finger. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena, X-nay on the X-say. That's the Governor's logo, Fräulein. Oh, and nice big Latin in her forehead, really smooth. Oh, I mean, it looked like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. It's a G. 9, Fräulein, it's a G for Governors, not a 6. But whatever floats your pretty boat. So, where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. Oh, it was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made from heavyweight high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was a Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me. And right here, a right statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, her forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Achtung! That's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Yay! Let's do this! Schnell! Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Okay, let's examine the place. I don't know, this is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky as a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. Oh, personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fräulein? And the waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hell will be ruined. 67th School Festival. 67th? Wow, this school festival goes way back. Oh, look! The text on the sign isn't written, it's embroidered. And there's a warning, even smaller embroidery. Embroidered sign lovingly crafted by the Handicraft Club. Keep dry. But the sign is outside. What happens if it rains? It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. The winner of the mock trial was to take the training seminar right here. You mean you or Robin? Yeah, besides Junie, they're the only ones who could have moved freely around the campus. Before the mock trial, that means one of them must be the killer. Wait, did I set on something? I think I set on, okay. But that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time and persuade her to give us a name. Right, and that means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose, but we can't rush it either. Efficiency is the key. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off. I knew it. I knew that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? There's even a prosecutor bench here on the stage. As a memories, Fräulein, as a former rock star and a prosecutor. The prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotion, passion, and fight. I can picture it now. You with your silvery singing voice and a polo, sweating bullets. Hey, how about picturing me with winning once in a while? This is the... Wow, they built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. Oh, but I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution, pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins? Okay, let's move around. Okay. Oh, there's a piece of the statue on the judge's bench. Found one, a piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Purple fragment added to the court record. Purple fragment from a broken statue was found all alone in the strangest of places. Okay, there's one here. Found another piece of the statue, but there should still be more. Let's leave no stone unturned. A white fragment. It has a distinctive shape that could be described as angular. Okay, what else? Look! There's your rival over there, Apollo! Who, Prosecutor Gavin? We've battled it out a few times before, but I wouldn't call him... No, not him! I mean that speaker over there! He can output massive blasts of sound that rival your cords of steel! I have better things to do than compete with a speaker, so just forget it. Those are the monitors. Oh, I like the view. The judge can look down on everything from up here. Yeah, not bad for a temporary stage. Is that so, Mr. Justice? Hey, you Judge Act from the mock... You're Judge Act from the mock trial? I don't know why, but it kind of creeps me out. Wrong answer again, Mr. Justice. A penalty for our mock lawyer. Ah! That is not funny. Oh, we're done here. Yep. The body's gone. All that's left is a white outline. Never knew Professor Court personally, but seeing her reduced to a white outline leaves me cold inside. But in a way, she still lives on in the messages she left behind. Like the strange way her body was posed and the signs of her wrist being bound. You're right, let's use her final messages to catch her killer. Okay, upon closer look, there's another piece of white plaster. Found another piece of the statue. Should be some more. Leave no stone unturned. 2 white fragments. It's a copy of the school paper with that story about the alleged love triangle. I wonder if people really waste their time reading this stuff. It's more popular than you think. What was that? I thought I heard something just now. You're just hearing things. It was nothing more than just your ears playing tricks on you. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin, you're a complete wreck, literally. Why in the world would someone do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Can I take that as a confession, forehead? What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You got it. Let's check every corner of this station, yeah? There's a piece on the floor near the stage. Found another piece of the statue. Now we are 2 purple, 2 white. That's the base. The other statue Robin made has been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Professor Gavin's statue back together but left his like this. You could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Ah, there's another piece of purple. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're going to find. Okay, let's get back to where Professor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to revert that. Purple fragments updated to record. So we have 3 purple fragments on a broken statue originally stood on the pedestal on stage. So there's 3 pieces of white, 2 pieces of white, 3 pieces of purple. And this feels like it's the most related stuff. Like the Phoenix statue is probably not going to be related in the scene. Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put this statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here, and Prosecutor Gavin, if you could hold this. Yeah. We did it! Not bad if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look! Oh, the white pieces are left. What's with all these leftover white pieces? These looks like they go together. And this one too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now, the artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. There's a statue of Themis too. So what is it? Ah, it's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pull out there, Fräulein. Phew, I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No, I know who it was. I meant, what's it doing here? Not sure. There's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen this statue somewhere before. Lady Justice added to the court record. This and the statue of Clavier were broken at the same time, but have been repaired. No one knows where it came from. It looks bigger than the one at the art studio, and we need to go there. The more we learn, the deeper in the rabbit hole it goes. At least we're moving in the right direction, yeah? Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? Yeah, there's a pole. You mean this? Yeah, there's a rope going through. That's not for the banner. There's a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. Outside, the window outside, there's a pulley. And there's a flag. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. Yeah, these beautiful walls are like a big blank canvas. See, my shoe prints will leave really distinct marks. Hey, cut that out before you get us in trouble. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? A bingo, Fräulein. It's still crawling out with cops, though. Hey! Anyone in the art room? Hello? Hey! Justice we trust! It's you people! Ha ha ha! It's Detective Fulbright! In Justice we trust! Is that some kind of a greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner there? Of course! Just leave it to me! Aha! How's that? Phew! Thanks, Detective! In Justice we trust! Aha! Always got to help. In Justice we trust! So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Oh, it's the banner of the school emblem. But not the one, it's still tied down together, but the one with the governor is gone. Well, looks like the banner is down now. Let's go take a look. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part's all knotted up. Let me try to unravel it. geez, did you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Oh! Wait. There's a stain on the flag. Oh. Okay, here's a little difference. Remember in the mock trial, the murder took place in the art room. They took a mat from the gym storage room nearby, and they put it near the window, and then they push the body down to drop it, and then they took a ball cart to put the body inside the ball cart and drag it there. But since the murder happened after school, they didn't have time for that. And the body wasn't discovered until recently this morning. So I think what happened is the culprit brought the banner up to the art room, tied it up the way it happened, and then put the body inside to make a little basket. They put the body in the basket, they put the body into the flag, and they let it drop. While that happened, it was a very heavy object. It went like a wrecking ball. So that was probably what broke the statue. The way the body was found, it probably broke the goddess statue. But the goddess statue was not part of the plans, so they had to break the other two to make it look like every piece of statue was destroyed, because they were found. They found pieces of rubble on the floor, pieces of plaster, and they had to break at least two to confuse everything around. They had to break the two so they couldn't tell what happened. I see. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in! Oh! A scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. It's a piece of Constance Court's planner. It says October U120. Like we know, like the stationery is from the planner because it's the same logo as on the other page is on the front page. I got it! Yes! Great catch, huh? Yeah, October U120. Looks like on a note. What does it say? October U120? What's that supposed to mean? A test score maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even you can get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall we expect the banner again, now that it's been unraveled? U scraps added to the court record. Discovered on stage, it appears to be a piece of paper torn from a notebook. The name U is written on it. Yeah, there's another piece of paper, I think. This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? This stain might be from the victim's blood. School banner, a large banner that was hung by a wire between the stage and art room. A trace amount of blood was found on it. School banner added to the court record. Okay, let's expect the statue. This statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright. The goddess bearing scales with a sword, she's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statue of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. Phew, that was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? Underneath the art room? Yeah, because there's a fence. We cannot go underneath the art room because of the fence. There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. This track looks man-made. Yeah, there's some sort of tire track. Hey, you're right. It looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Hey, wait, I just realized there's another track on the fence. Suggesting, like, this was on the floor and somebody rolled over it. Oh. And that track turns left into behind the stage. Looks like something was being dragged through here and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it was, it's long gone. Must be pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. Ah, then I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right, I think we better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? What else? The Governor banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know, it just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So in short, that's... Hey! Miriam? Okay, she produced legs. That box! It just took off running. I have a pretty good idea what that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird article written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction, after that box. After that box! Okay, they're going to the maintenance area, October 25th. Demis Legal Academy. Maintenance area. Okay, they caught her. So, it's a different kind of box. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Wipe the past clean with crime cleaner, get sparkling clean with brute force. Danger toxic. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new box. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believe you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter. A failure as a reporter? Okay, this is where she revealed herself. Ah! Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scold me, despise me, pack me away when I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to whisk away to a big pile of mushy paper. I feel kind of responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her with information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of a person do you think I am? Hey, He read me like a book. He was holding his bracelet while he said that. Scuttling the scuttlebutt. That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look. Oh no! Pieces of the Governor flag. Destroyed. Why are you showing me a burned up old rag? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the Governor's logo there. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up! Don't look at me. Just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Black Quill actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whenever someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo. Burned fragment. The burned fragment of the Governor banner that was tossed into the incinerator and later found by Miriam. Burned fragment added to the court record. Okay, so we're gonna examine the incinerator. The depths of despair. Miriam? I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. Sorry. The last step is to erase all of the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%. 4 years of my life down the drain. Should we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it. Oh, no, my photo. Stop, cancel, abort. Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Photo technique. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photo may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Oh, Athena, that was cringe-worthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photo of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Themis Herald and Themis Herald Extra return to Miriam. Okay, we don't need them anymore, so we give them back to her. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, you and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just, they were so close, ever since their freshman year. So, well... Athena, why are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
Objection!
That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want it on their little trio. Cock! 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 How could you possibly know that? Eh! The laptop fell and we see a picture of all 3 of them together as the desktop photo. That's one abused laptop. Cock, cock, cock. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. No, I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'll be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, you and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? Like I could never do that. Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow a laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it. If that's all you want. Yay! I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. Wait. It's not like I owe you anything, but here. Another journal? Oh no, it's the picture. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of picture. Looks like they're setting up the stage. Oh, okay. So here we have October 23rd, 6:03 p.m. We see a picture of Professor Means talking to Robin as they're about to work on the sculpture of Phoenix. So Aristotle is giving him instruction. Robin is sitting on a step ladder, paying attention correctly. In the back, we see worker with hard hat, construction's hat, carrying around giant bags of cement powder. And in the back, we see driving a truck, a guy that looks like you, but he's also wearing some sort of choker, a red choker. This is weird. This is weird in there. So this is photo number 1. It's from, the timestamp is 10:23, 6:03 p.m. So this is their alibi. Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage backdrop into place. Okay. So at 6:01, this is the 6:01. We can see both flags on the ground. And oh, I tried to it's not an excavator, but it's probably a crane. Yeah, so you is driving a crane, and on the end of the hook there is some sort of wooden panel suspended on a strong wire, and they try to raise it up. So this is probably the stage. They're carrying over the stage. So they're lifting it up and they send it across. The governor statue was already complete by 6 o'clock. So now Robin is working on the Phoenix statue, and we see the tutor, like he's molding the cement, the plaster around that tutor, and we see like the wooden frame, a picture of a mannequin pointing. So yeah, at 6:01 both banners were on the floor and the statue was complete. The statue of Gavin was complete, but not the statue of Phoenix. And yeah, the two of them were working. Wow, you sure have an eye for photography, from what I can make out anyway. These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Stage setup photos added to the court record. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to you or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Oh, we cannot examine the incinerator? Boo! Alright, so let's move. Okay, we can go to the art room. Let's see what we can find. Oh! October 25th, Tim Seagull Academy, 3rd floor, art room. So we see there's a lot of stuff going about. There's the painting of Juniper that was displayed on the picture has been knocked over. The easel as well. There's another drawing of Juniper, but it's cubanism. Different color, very uneven, very colorful. And then we have some potteries. There's there's a statue of a sun pointing somewhere, and then there on display plaster statue of Greek philosophers. Like, they look like philosophers. Well, one of them is Roman, the other looks French from the Renaissance. And then we have a Greek, a Roman, and a French. And then there's is that a mobile? Yeah, it's a mobile of a Famfi. What was his full name? The elephant who carry false charges. The corrupted judge, Famfi, the corrupted judge. And there's the workbench. There's a lineup. Like, there's some white powder on the table. Something used to be sitting there. That was probably the statue. The statue? The statue, the weird cubism statue that was in the art room got dragged into outside, and when they built it back together, they made it look like a real woman. Well, they built it wrong. And then we have the thing that drags the rope for holding the banner, like the big metal wire. Sorry. Okay. So let's look around. Well, here it is, the art room where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there! This is an active crime scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice we're... Freeze! I don't think so. No exception. Now move along. Nothing to see here. He doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. Okay, we cannot go there. So we have to walk around and talk to you and Robin and come back here later. Okay, hallway. Oh, something in the hallway. Justicia's Diner, Prosecute and Class Cafe, Guilty Dogs, Culpable Curry, Art Exhibit, Waiting Room, Mock Trial, Live Concert Performance. Hey, that's you over there. Oh, okay, I see. So he has a high collar uniform. So it's very tight. So if he was wearing a choker, we can't see it. We wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Yu's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. Why'd you confess? Fuck your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out.
Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say around here, the end justified the means.
Ah, but I actually do believe the voice is shouting, you O'Connor.
Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you?
You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could you and Robin confession really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. Relationship to Blackwell. Yeah, he knows something about you. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to justify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you?
I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you excuse me.
Hold! I am not through with you yet.
Huh. Seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me.
Leave, and we just might discuss you know what. Ah!
No, wait!
One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about?
I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you'd think I would open up to you?
So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin.
You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question.
Court's planner. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd, why did she want to see you?
No intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. There's an image of the
Dark Sky High School, which is, you know, the dark days of the law. Oops. Did I broke it? No. Ah! Professor Mean strikes again. Then again, you is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Court used to say that only the good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth?
The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter.
No, you're wrong! I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory.
I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. But... don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand?
What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends.
Yes, we were, until just recently, actually.
Where?
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Just as I have my secret, she has a side you'll never see. Juniper is not all sunshines and rainbows like you all think she is.
What are you saying?
This conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time and I meant it.
You wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed the investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway.
Oh!
So they warp us straight to the art room. Team Mystical Academy, 3F, third room, art room. Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right, so this art room was where the murder actually occurred. That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area ripped up in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Okay, now we can examine. Okay, so there's a white outline on the floor made out of rope. So this is where the blood was. So there's a blue piece of, there's a blue notebook. This is probably the script. And this is the famous envelope with the word use on it, circled down in red pen. It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor's badge at the top of the statue. But it's not if you took real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Yeah, real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. Look, it's a piece of pottery. It looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long, not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like it's such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like bloodstains. In justice we trust! That does look like bloodstains. We better examine it at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is. And then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a bolt cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse here has a mat and a bolt cart. So even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script? The killer shot a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. I'm gonna use a mock trial script on the floor and nearby an envelope marked "Use." I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt, and the title is Rouge et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribe while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever where the end justified the means. And the prosecution claims this is a script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Court, considering how much she valued the truth. I seriously doubt she would pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you have that title memorized already? Oh. You know what? I think this is what the killer was after. Professor Court wanted to use Juniper Wood's thing as her as the trial, as a mock trial. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Court. Wow, Professor Court must have painted this. She's a cubist? So, is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear, I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her, and those pity-inducing eyes. Who is it again? Her name's on the tip of my tongue. What about this one? Picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh, look, there's a piece of paper stuck on the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin? Are you for real? She's doing lifelike art, and she says it sucks because it lacks the artistry. She wanted to be an artist because she wanted to be a cubist? What? No! I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would look like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. This is the joke. Oh, there's a Greek philosopher who fell on the floor. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge court submitted one. The victim, Constance Scores, was the Fine Art Club's advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I would keep a bunch of scripts, but I wager that's how they wound up here. Poor stressed out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You want to talk Apollo? Hey, what about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where we detected the large blood stain. In short, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped out with something, right? Right, but we were able to detect traces amount of blood. Merely wiping it does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing, and that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I would appreciate it if you let me have the full line. This is the clock that created that major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch has stopped? Yes? Oh no, this is unacceptable! We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 hour. Well, detective? This clock must also have been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. Oh! I just realized. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so funny. This is so funny. Look at the background. The moon. The color of the sky is the same as the background. Cause look. You was carrying this. He's an accomplice! They knew they wanted to pin Courtney because they knew the clock was 1 hour ahead. So they bring that stage and they made it on top of the third room art club to make it look like this is the background of the sky. Look. The sky outside is not the same color as we have here. Not the same shade. But it happened at the same time. Wow. Miriam was onto something, but she had no idea. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can't at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait, just a minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I just might have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back in the winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Oh, then what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Yeah, you see the same moon at that background over there. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? Oh, that's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent move isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted on the same backdrop? The proof is right here, detective. This showed it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. This picture.
Take that!
I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where that moon is in the photo came from the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where does it show that? If you look right here, I know it will become crystal clear. Here?
Take that!
They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in its place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's the crucial detail. It is, but I believe that we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. And it's around 6 p.m. when this was taken. A photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean, the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop? Yeah, I just, Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. So the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now? Yes, I just blew a hole in the piece of the prosecution's evidence. Hey, look, that's you on the mobile, Apollo, a red demon. A red demon looks more like a snake curled around the brush to me. A snake curled around the brush. Yeah, because if we remove the ears, it looks like a devil snake. No, see the antenna and the yellow spot on his back? Anyone can see it's a ladybug. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed? Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Tina? I don't really regret bringing this up. 3 busts sitting on the shelf. A judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or a prosecutor. Oh, okay, I see. It's a judge, a defendant, and yeah. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed-out looking one the defendant. The one that I thought was French from the Renaissance is the defendant. And the one that I thought was Greek was the judge, and the 2 Romans are, yeah, lawyer and prosecutor. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. I wonder which one fell, the lawyer or the prosecutor? Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial would go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscope. Thanks. Yeah, they look similar. They are identical. But if the judge is in the middle facing that direction, the left is the prosecution and the right is the lawyer. So the lawyer fell on the floor. Oh. There's a paint palette here. No surprise there considering this is the art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You on the other hand are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying that the 2 of us have to work together to solve this case. Oh, what if this is Professor Court sending us a message from beyond the grave? But what about the blob right next to it, the one with red and green? Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious green in your diet? Are you saying Professor Court is watching over our dietary habit from the pearly gates? There's this. I can see the other half of the building over there, and the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh yeah, thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Wait a minute. Well? Oh! Hey, I'm not falling for that! So close I could almost taste it. Some wire in a winch. So this is how they reeled the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. And then this. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right. Wonder where it is. Roman's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. Alright, guess that's about wraps up all the important stuff. Yeah, we can talk to Fulbright. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the courtroom, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear, unless I found out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. Naughty for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? The breakthrough. So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You wanna know? You really wanna know? You really... Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the result of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belonged to the suspect, Miss Wood, beyond the shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. Voice print analysis had the court record, but it could still say you O'Connor. The result of the voice analysis performed on the tape recording. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying you O'Connor. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. Okay, issue. Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? Result: the voice is a perfect match. Note number 1. Testing is underway regarding sign of post-recording editing. Note number 2. The tape has about 10 minutes and 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. Oh, they're gonna test the white noise as well? Ah! Here's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting "You're a goner" around the time of death. If we were to take this as true, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place.
Well,
I think we examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Black Will happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust! It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock has been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect action that day. Ha 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 ha! I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright? Why, yes, I'm right. I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you've seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Tina, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go! Alright, we're going to the lecture hall. Could we have spotted Robin here? Like, if we met Robin first and then we go back and then we spot you. October 25th, the Misty Gold Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. There she is! Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena, Apollo. What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happened to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justified the means, right? There it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great. Do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything. You W-A-N-T. Why do you confess? About your confession today. Why'd you do it? Oh, because! Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justified the means. I got it. Yeah. Oh, you're just a follower of Professor Means, too. Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H. She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? Yeah, well, I want to be an artist! That's what I really want, man! But no! My parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor! But if the trial went south, you have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Talk about someone who's literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. The day of the crime. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. You made the statue of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statue at the time? Can't I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both you and Robin were still at school after 7, but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. The image of Robin and you in the art room. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Now that the secret's out. Have there been any problem now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. Just today I found out she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this, and by any means possible. Talking about the La Miroir dress? What was the other thing? She pointed the stage costume, but what else? I don't know what she picked up. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Aw, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please! Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifying the mean style. No! Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. Okay, so I guess we don't need those evidence, if she took them. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead.
The snitch.
There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationship, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body, but rumor has it grades were being bought and sold through this surveillance network. Wash! This is disgusting. Corruption in school. No good. Fake diplomas. That's bribery. The situation at Phoebus Legal Academy is worse than I thought. Well, all these important stuff, I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show what I'm talking about, though. Okay, so let's present something. What happened to... Okay, I was about to say what happened to the school camera photo. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what this is? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Professor Quart's creation, man! Professor Quart's artistic sense? Quart's artistic sense. Professor Quart's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I would say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Quart's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Quart had planned on placing it on the judge bench at the lecture hall at the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she would take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet! Just look at this wild silhouette. Wow, it's so C-U-T-E! I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh right, I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Lady Justice updated in the court record. It was found broken on stage. Professor Court had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial. Wow. So they rebuilt it wrong. Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor pre-trial speech. Okay, so there's a golden statue of Lady Justice in the middle. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. 10 p.m. Oh, that sounds like Professor... Oh, it's Professor Means. Sorry.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly.
Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's a fixed position in front of the stage.
When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for it to come.
How come teacher speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of the speech. Oh, here's Courtney over there.
Now let the mock trial begin.
This is Juniper, sorry. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? She's walking in front of the camera. Looks to me like she's cut right in front of the camera, yeah. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself? She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this was the lecture hall, looks like. Okay, we have the prosecution defense, audio control room, screen. Okay, so the AC room is next to the stage. Usually the mixer is where the public is, for some reason. But here is like in the isolated room next to the stage. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and the witness stands up front. Yeah. And then we have the faculty seats, Professor Means, and faculty seat, Professor Court. Okay. Those are balconies. Okay. What about those balconies with the professor names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Lecture hall diagram added to the court record. Like by scoring, we're talking about grades, not the music. Alright, diagram of the lecture hall where the mock trial took place. Okay. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. Okay, so this is the defendant stand. There's the judge. There's Hugh on the right with Robin on the left. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! Ah, that was me. Could you tell?
Objection! A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab a professor with an arrow? I don't think so.
You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound like kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper is going to speak next.
I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted, "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it.
Wow. what an emotional performance. She put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary?
I didn't do it! I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it.
Stop, did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line just that we heard to the case. Yeah, wait, where's the tape? Okay, it's been moved because some of the evidence has been removed. That links the line we just heard to the case.
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you.
You're a goner!
The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis at the time for court today. Wait, they did do a... No, they didn't do a rehearsal because that was secret. They didn't want to spoil the... How did they manage? What? How did they manage? It was fabricated after the fact? That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our soulmate suspect. You. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justify the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words too hard would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Tape recorded updated in the court record. The voice on tape says your corner, just like in Junie's script, may be fake. Oh, question mark? Allow me to assist you with that. Who said that? Oh. Allow me to assist you with that. Prosecutor Gavin, at least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. It's go big or go home with Rockstar and Princess Fräulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now. And I'll get you the result as soon as I can. I trust that will be alright. Very much so, thanks. Adjusting his hair. Well, Latina, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Julie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I would find. October 25th, detention center, visitor's room. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation.
Means it's still there. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today.
Thank you for all your hard work, Atina. Well, my time's almost up, and it will be getting dark soon, so... Junie! You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home, man. No, wait! You have to listen to me! I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Atina.
Junie, you promised! We're going to discover the truth behind this murdered mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear.
Okay. But only if it's the real truth.
So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The ... Suspicions about O'Connor. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same, and the only one who would benefit from faking the voice recording would be you. Not you, but you. You know what I mean. Woods. ...
But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you confessed in order to protect me.
This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confessions came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hasn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious?
Say what you will, Tina, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. You is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Whoa. Wait, Tina. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? Why? She knows something. You made us stupid, and they're protecting them. Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said?
Okay, none of us will hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. You is a gifted student!
She just closes her eyes.
He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. She's not even looking at us. You is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. I'm gonna have to focus on Okay, so it's not the sunflower. What's this? Her scarf is fluttering in the wind. Yeah, it's not moving. So the scarf is reacting at never cause trouble. Yeah.
Gotcha!
Juniper? Oh. Okay, so they're gonna say that the scarf is fluttering because she's coughing when she talks, and the contraction of the chest makes the scarf move. Juniper? Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. Like this. You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. When you said it never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Yeah, it's moving again. Breathing through the sunflower. Junie, you're trying to hide Yu's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself.
Secret? About me? I don't understand.
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Juniper is not all sunshines and rainbows like you think she is.
He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret? Which means you must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the killer, an accomplice, or the snitch. You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. He or she's there watching everything we do, our activities, our relationship, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about you would rather forget.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Junie, please stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Woods, ... Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if that can prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's a snitch and Yu's connection to the case. Prove that Junie's a snitch. Prove that Junie is a snitch. October U 120. A torn page from the court's planner. The reason Court wanted to see you, and it was something important. Like, this is probably it. But I don't know if it's the planner itself or the torn page right here. Discovered on stage appears to be a piece of paper torn from a notebook, the name Yu written on it. So if it was tied up into the school banner, and the school banner was dragged from here. Okay, let's go with the obvious.
Take that!
Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch will report in to Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet you in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, you must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. She's crying.
Forgive me, Tina. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start.
You did? Now this is surprising. Okay, now she cries. And her face is a bit red around the eyes.
I'm so sorry I've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend.
Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does, but I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. And am I right?
Apollo.
Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected you. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. Suspicious about O'Connor. What exactly was your role as class snitch?
Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni that strayed from the path of justice. The dark ages of...
Ah, yeah, the dark age of the law, huh?
She didn't want any more of our student going astray like that. But few others at the Academy share her view.
I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic.
She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she?
I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I've seen or heard about.
And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was a part of that?
Yes, that's when I reported you to Professor Court.
She snitched on her old friend? You report on O'Connor.
I had accidentally overheard you talking.
What did you hear?
He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents.
What were they talking about?
Something about having paid money for good test score.
Oh, he took the bribe so having good test score. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Okay, that makes perfect sense now. Everything makes sense. If he reacts the way I think he's gonna react, he's the culprit.
I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to.
What? That's bribery. You was buying his way through school, and if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. The evidence that seemed out of place. Oh. U-120?
Take that!
We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got U's name on it. What's the 120? The $120?
I didn't know
what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. The same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right.
Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was...
It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court.
But...
That is impossible. She would be the last person I ever suspect of accepting bribes.
Like I said, it's just a possibility, but rather a good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected you if they knew what you knew.
No! I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder! There's another reason why I suspected you.
You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? Your other reason.
I saw you around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial.
Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that.
When I saw him, his... Oh, Tina.
Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did.
He's
But
in the
I'll have to live
corridor.
with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands.
Filled with blood. He looks like a zombie.
His hands were dripping with blood.
His both, yeah, left and right. But more on his left.
His hands were dripping with blood.
What? But why?
What am I going to do? Deep down, I know you can be the killer, but my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? You is... I can't take this anymore, Tina.
So she hid the fact that she had seen you and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie, it must have been terrible holding all of that in. But it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper now. If that's okay with you, Professor Means.
My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall look forward to seeing what sort of result your methods can produce. Chee! Good luck tomorrow, now if you'd excuse me.
Tina, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I'd trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it.
Don't worry, we already know what the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive too. Let's give this our best shot, Atina. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's still this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. To be continued.
Do you want to save?
Yes, we want to save. Continue to the next chapter? Yes. October 26th, 9:45 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept. For a grand total of 0 hours. Good morning, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The result. The voice print analysis came back, and the result could be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. Okay, so the Jurg O'Connor in the tape recorder is the same as the Jurg O'Connor she produced in the mock trial. Like, they overlapped it with each other, and it's a repeat or a recording. So we have confirmation that this is a fake. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Thump? Who's there? Wait! Scuttlebot? Did you see what it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been you. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Boxgirl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apple Justice, and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Atina Sykes, and I'm fine. October 26th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Day 2 of the trial. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court would now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The Sykes Brigade is totally psych. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready as well, or, I mean, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwheel? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody, understood?
Your boldness. Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have been recanted their confession. have recanted their confession. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury.
Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, how about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday?
A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clocks run fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will we?
The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage. And I mean to prove it in this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said. What else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area. Which is to say, the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down the maintenance area below. And though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then the ball cart was used to haul the body over the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why, you... Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth.
You?
Huh.
Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Joe O'Connor, I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Syke? What's he up to now?
The court appreciate your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, please.
What O'Connor saw? The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. A mat from behind the stage? I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client? Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. There we go. The mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat.
If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, It would have been hard to deny a possible link to this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, you! Game on! I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grid into a teary-eyed frown of failure. What O'Connor saw?
The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty.
Hold it!
Hold it, hold it! Hold it right there!
What? We're just getting to the important part.
Eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes Dunno. Your heavy blade heaves to where I stand.
Objection!
Your heavy breath heaves where I stand. How rude! A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far.
So the only issue is distance? You're not denying that you are a heavy breather.
Ah! Just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not. Hang it there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you. What about my own self-esteem?
Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. Oh.
Hold it!
Our client was simply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. Where is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body.
If we win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the academy.
Now show me how to show you the truth. You will have my full cooperation. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area.
Hold it!
Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said?
I was between the stage and the maintenance area, as she was behind the backdrop.
No, there's a wall. There's a fence that hasn't been removed. He's sticking to his guns, huh? The issue is where you was standing, where he says he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper.
Oh, and before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Jupiter. That is not an issue.
Alright, so I found the contradiction. The second one. See, there's a wall. And the only reason he could have seen it is because he was working that truck.
Objection!
Alright. So now I understand. The reason why he's working is because he needs money to pay for his bribes. So you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebot, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes, in fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so nosy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. Yeah. And from this vantage point, The witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way.
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly even seen our client from this point.
Youch. Order! Order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court?
The screen. Right. It must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that?
There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breeders have. And the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have.
Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already?
Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory?
But that's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage? But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself will also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor.
Youch.
Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
All right, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That's to say, it was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage? No way, this crane right here? But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. Hold it. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. Ah! What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's this got to do with him going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds.
What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane?
Objection! The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane. Oh no, I have it.
Hold it!
Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I thought it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep. As the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you would look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor.
Are you serious? This is ridiculous.
How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light.
That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that?
The person in this photo has one really distinguished feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. You can clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining his fingerprint, his neck, or his hobby. His neck! The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, you can see it right here, but then, are you saying you mean to...
Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination.
No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Let me see your neck. ... He's sweating, he's holding his neck.
Guess I have no choice.
Unbutton the neck. Yeah, it's a friendship choker. Ha.
Oh my.
So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask?
I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world.
Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed?
You are one irritating lady. Fine. I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Oh no. Operating heavy equipment is no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required tests in the apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane?
Oh, didn't I tell you I'm a fucking genius? About that, you see I'm a genius, so you know.
Objection!
Little suspense with this inane charade, Golden Boy.
Hold it!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell, you... High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they failed to complete the requirements. Oh, he's 20, but he skipped a year. He repeated a year, so he's not a genius. Oh, he repeated a year. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right?
No, please!
Actually, Golden Boy here is 25! He took a 7-year break from school. Wow. Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. It's all right here. Ah! Ouch. 25? You mean he's older than me?
A 25-year-old in high school was operating a crane? Hold it! I need to read that. A 7-year break, 7 years. I have just one thing to say. A 25-year-old high school student? There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mob breeders take, and the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena.
Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row.
Only you could get away with using only like that.
Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me?
As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was you doing in the crane right before the mock trial? You couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor!
Yes, Miss Syke?
I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to move the screen, move yourself, or move the body. Move the screen. The screen was in your way, so you wanted to move it. Then why, pray tell, is it still in the exact same spot as it always was? Oh, okay, no. Okay. I was reading, but I was not really paying attention. Like, we're trying on another angle, like another conjecture. Like, if in order, like, we know that Hugh was operating the crane to move the screen, to build the stage, because he needed the money, because he had a 120 grand bribe to pay for his good grade, because he is a 25-year-old high school student. But that's not what we're going for. What they're going for is, was there another way he could use the crane to his advantage? Assuming we're still suspect him as of being the culprit. So, yeah, he had an opportunity to move the body from the third floor onto the stage. That's where they're going for. So, I'm gonna take a penalty, but I know I'm not in the wrong. That's easy. The witness changed his mind.
This court is close to changing his mind about the defense. You lose some Wi-Fi.
Another chance at that one, please. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to move the body. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Oh yeah, he's not buying that. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time, or is it just another trap?
Hey, watch this!
Bo,
I can use a bow and arrow one-handed.
Wow, he can use a bow and arrow one-handed? That's a crazy level of dexterity.
I can't even drive a crane with one hand, that's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this.
Oh, he showed his left hand. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. His hand is very bandaged. That's why he cannot use his left hand. Oh, yeah.
You wish my hand was injured and required surgery.
Yeah, because Juniper saw you in the corridor with both hands stained with blood. That was his blood, because his left hand is hurt.
That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time.
I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. No, I'm the fool! I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanted to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was the big break we've been waiting for. Now that defense sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim.
The body was dropped out of a 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a bolt guard was used to move it to the stage. See? I've been paying attention.
Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you're on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved for a script. So, as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Yeah, the banner and the winch. The winch is in the art room. The winch control is in the art room class. The banner, like tied it up to the banner like that.
Miss Syke, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And
if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Is that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right?
Well, that would show that the man had nothing to do with this case.
There is a sword of great renown that guns down sophisticated lawyers. Its name is evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. There's even a key word here. The key verb, zip. As in zip line. Someone could have easily used that thing. Yeah, he jerked his head towards the judge.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us.
All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of possibility. The mat and ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. Let's use the school banner.
Take that!
It has blood on it. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will call the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allows students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that? I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried?
Well, go on, please explain.
The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and set down the wire. the body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there will be no need for a mat.
I've heard of the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying?
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd hide wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come up out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, the blood-stained pottery, I remember that. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something.
Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better to stand than a circus act.
If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been the victim's blood or blood at all. Yeah, it's dry. How can you tell it's blood? Oh wait, you hurt his hands. So it's not the victim's blood, it's you's. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood of the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dunno. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Haha! Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your boldness. I demand that the blood of the pottery be analyzed this instant.
Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back.
Hawk with the result.
Oh my, that was quick.
We're history if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please, please let it be someone else's. Please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim.
Not the father!
What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score! Da. Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. Hugh's hand. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand has suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then, Junie saw his bloodstained hand as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade. But do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykes Dunno, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much dirt does he have on you? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. What? There's an envelope with a spring trap. He opened it and then an X-Acto cutter blade popped out with a spring. So he opened his hands trying to open the envelope and he shouldn't have, and then he slices and opening that? What? I mean, with the left hand, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, there's a string attached to a trombone. There's a piece of metal. Yeah, there's a cutter with a spring. and some blood on it. There's blood on the envelope as well. So it's a trap, a booby-trapped envelope. It was inside this that Miriam's Scuttlebutt script was found. Oh. Okay. So... Miss Scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all.
Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut.
Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes! Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I ever seen. He's not a genius. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again assert just that. Hold it. You called yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh?
The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out.
Huh. And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. Well, the Phoenix statue hasn't been built yet, so it could pass through. It would definitely have knocked the Gavin one. A body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away?
Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together.
Ah, so the body could have collided with the statue? What if they did collide? Wait, that's it! Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. If we assume the body crashed into them... Bang, bang. That would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room.
Oh, now that you mention it. You and Mr. Wright went out on the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound? In the morning, before 10. The murder, wait. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, because the murder happened on the evening. Where did they keep the body? Inside the art room? No. Like, where would they have kept the body until it was put there? Something is missing. It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to death, tears, and then they were in their waiting room and went, ah! Precisely, if that sound you heard did happen while the body is being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Oof, which means the body would have been there before the mock trial started.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
He said the mock trial. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. So if okay, you know what I think? What broke was not the Phoenix and Gavin statue. It was the Lady Justice statue. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry about that. We'll leave it to that little moment of suspense. Okay, back. Sorry if it took a little bit longer. Okay. So, he said he found the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed.
The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack uncontrovertible evidence. So should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion?
Good point.
Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. I bet he's figured the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statue really were broken when the body hit them, then your statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about you when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eye and repeat your statement to me.
Like I said before the mock trial, the body was,
He's looking left and right and sweating bullets and holding his neck. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth, and do it now. That is, if you had wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body.
Yikes!
Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? What?
I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury.
There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Yes! We expose you's big lie for what it is. But why would you lie about this to begin with?
Order! The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case.
Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings up one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner.
Indeed, that much I shall concede, Sykes Dunno. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then?
If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall.
What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio?
Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music.
Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio.
No!
Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense.
This can't be happening! Instead of exposing you, Scribe, Junie's in even deeper! No matter how you slice it, we're cooked! Aww! And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwheel was on our side, at least on this issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? It's more like dirty rotten! Your boldness. It is time to put an end to this farce.
The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case. But the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objection. Well, Miss Sykes?
Apollo, what are we going to do? I got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. Yay! I've been thinking to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Oh, poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection. Objection. I object to,
Hold it! Stop right there. I'm still sweating, but yeah, stop. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor.
Listen, you will hear the secret behind my... Okay, he's gonna confess. He's biting the bow inside the bag and he's bending it. And the snot is still... Yeah, he's crying and there's snot coming out of his nose. So, listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect?
Crime?
Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps.
The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it's all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order! Order, I say! Mr. O'Connor, you already confessed yesterday, then earlier totally recanted your confession. As if your mouth breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justified the means. Now, bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough! The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. And it is so silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. You does not seem to least be shaken by Blackwheel's threat.
Listen, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I would like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended every even perfection.
Alright, he's a jerk. He's a dumbass. Like, he didn't took a 7-year-old break. He repeat junior for 7 years in a row. Because he's dumb. So he reached a point where he couldn't take it anymore and have to resort to bribery to even graduate.
You won't believe this, but I use a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had to run from the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me or does the witness testimony makes no sense at all?
No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially the whole thing about the bloody double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution?
Your boldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict.
Hold it! You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you, it's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, Funny Farm just called, they want their genius back.
Objection!
Shut your pie holes, the intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys even have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Oh, the moon matrix? Which is not a weird device, and I don't waste it on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Vision a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I would like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objection?
Now the hawk is on the judge's head.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
He's gone. The prosecution said, rubbish, we will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Fulbright.
Thank you, bailiff.
How does he get away with stuff like that?
Then I'll interpret that as a meaning he has no explicit objection. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session.
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. Oh, what a joy. Oh, yeah. So he's so sure of himself, he's so egotistical, and he's so happy about his story that his feeling put a damper on his true emotion. Now we see a body double holding a mask of you. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. What am I probing here? Court. Okay, I'm gonna probe everything. So there's the stand-in. Newman, wearing the braces, that's correct. Okay, this is the first time I'm doing this, but I'm gonna not probe, but read what it says. Stand in. Oh, no, it doesn't work. No. O'Connor. Woods. Wait. What's causing happiness? That's the question? What is causing this outburst of happiness? Knowing that Juniper's is innocent? Let's go with Woods.
Got it!
Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. Oh, forgot about that.
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you I don't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court.
His secret? Oh, the bribe.
She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
No.
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Wood free. So much so that it overshadowed all your other emotions.
What are you?
I can't hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confess. So you really was trying to protect Juniper? Yes, I'm sure of it. Yu's feelings for her are the real deal. 90% noise. But that means his confession is... Question mark, finally figured out the obvious, have we? Oh. Simon Blackwell. Finally figured out the obvious, have we?
Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back.
The confession was not about lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Gah! Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll?
No! You haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet.
You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double?
Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Ha!
Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Yu's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice, but first let me update his testimony. Okay, so now there's shock. You won't believe this, but I use a body double. I even shocked myself saying that. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial, he's happy. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did, no feeling. Slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Why is he sad? Juniper is innocent. Why is she still sad? What's the question? What's the unexpected emotion? Okay. The unexpected emotion was probably Juniper is innocent, but she's still sad.
Got it!
Mr. O'Connor, this emotion is inconsistent with your testimony.
You don't know what you're talking about. I take joy in my intellect, feel anger towards your superficiality. Suffer sadness at the world's ephemerality, and wonder at the universe's mystery.
I should have brought my dictionary into court. Wait, let me try that out again. Okay. I also suffer sadness at the futility of your efforts, but if you must. Okay, so I got it wrong. It could be, I'm happy that he's the killer.
Got it!
I don't think that's it. No.
Got it!
Okay. I'm gonna go with the lack of emotion here. He's happy all the time except here.
Got it!
Yeah. I didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time except during this statement.
You don't know when to give up.
Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up.
When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech.
That's when I moved the body, and then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there at the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came in and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? While it's true that none of the audience might see him to go through either of those doors, the faculty seats on the balconies have a different story and have splendid view. Yeah, I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movement were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. Which Professor means? But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and we all know she was already dead by then. Wait, no. No, it was Professor Means. So yeah, if he was on the right side, where the defense is, that can be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence.
Take that!
I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during the pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there as his seat addressing the student and faculty. Yeah, no, this can't be right. 80%. You do no one any favor by exposing the falsities of this confession. No, I told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. Doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details.
You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer.
All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not.
Info update?
The second floor was deserted and he was in shock. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. Okay, there's anger and shock. I went out through the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I have to do was go through the empty audio control room. And he was sad. It leads to the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body. Okay, why are you sad? Because there's nobody in the audio,
Got it!
I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have.
What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see.
Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotion by the way you speak.
She's angry.
Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad.
Ah, you're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be?
You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was... Juniper Woods.
Take that!
I know you realize there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus.
Ah!
Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her.
Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies.
Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant this false testimony?
Fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict.
Break his chain?
Yeah!
Ah! Give!
He broke out of his shackles again!
I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. You, O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Hold it!
Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence!
Do not come between a samurai and his foe. Sykes, Dodo. He spit his blade. He spit the feather and he cut it down with the blade. As soon as the feather reached Sykes' side and cut it near her face. Eek! I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time.
Very well. Golden Boy may live. For now.
Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything.
Objection! That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but
I am not and never was a genius. Oh my god, I am shocked. Le gasp! Sorry, but I already knew. Me too.
And don't forget me. And I'm dumb as fuck. All fairness, it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, I thought he was a genius at first, but...
Yeah, the stuff he said was crazy.
No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades.
But that's bribery.
Oh, it wasn't him that was paying him money, it was his parents. So the bribery wasn't Yu's idea?
All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius.
Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper was there. She overheard me.
Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding.
I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. You?
Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that.
That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her?
You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her.
He wasn't trying to provoke us. It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Judy was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to you...
We even have proof of our friendship.
Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. When he unbuttoned his collar to reveal the choker,
It's handmade, and there's only one like this in the world.
maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor? That band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Exclamation mark.
Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode?
In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship.
Oh ho, how very interesting. And chic.
If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they had on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hands always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings for a friendship towards the other two.
It doesn't matter if I wear it if those two...
Objection!
But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junior and Robin must both feel the same as you. I just know it. Everything you have said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the other wears their proof of friendship, where they're easy to touch, where they're hard to spot. They are wearing them now. No, they're hard to spot. They're hiding their proof of friendship. Oh, I know. They must wear them in places that are difficult to see.
Really? Where might they be?
How about around the belly button or on the soles of the feet? That would be hard to see.
How could they wear their friendship bands there?
Oh, right.
That's right, you're wrong.
Oh, well, it's easy to touch. Junie and Ramen Buzz both feel the same way. Okay. Because, yeah, he always touches neck, so it's going to be easy to touch. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Oh, we see Robin holding his arm. Miss Newman's hold her arms when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrists. Ah! It's hiding inside the sleeves. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon a friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. Now it's a cutscene of Robin making the...
Oh.
And he produced them.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
She showed her wrists. She still has it. Juniper has hers.
Hey, Hugh!
Robin still showed the sleeve on her bicep. Yup.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
They're crying.
I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body, I didn't even see it, and it may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the Art of Mastering the Bar Exam, but I haven't read a single word. I just went through the pages like an idiot. Like. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did.
You?
So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you?
I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me.
Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession?
Yes.
A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we're back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time.
No, we have another one. Because even though he recanted his confession, there was a one detail in his testimony that rang true, and it was the fact that the left balcony was empty. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. There's gonna be still noise left. Okay, so the body double turned into you again. Does this mean...
Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please wait!
What sort of devilry are you up to now?
What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right?
Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist?
Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hughes is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him was really empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Noise level 0. Bye-bye. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is... Aristotle Means! The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor?
Well, that's right. How many more times do I have to say it?
Well, so basically, Professor Means wasn't there where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence!
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
Heard him? We'd never see him on stage. We only could hear it through the speakers. So it was probably a recording.
Objection!
I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now, let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was given from hiding, given later, or pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat.
Objection! Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said.
Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. Chee! Oh my god. Oh my god, he fabricated evidence. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you?
Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony?
Wow, we could have seen this development. Yeah, you haven't found out your progress. As soon as the trial began, I was wondering, like, where are they're going to put... Okay, by the way, this proof is fake. This evidence is fake. You know? Like, tape recorder updated in the court record. Identify as a fake. Professor Means used you to pass it on to the police. The voice shouting, "You're a goner," as recorded on this tape, was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video.
Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence.
Professor Means gave you the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence!
The seat was never empty. It was but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook his oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether this empty seat was witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable!
That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptom is a problem, a witness oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly, I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion.
Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this?
Very well, if that's all you're interested in. Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that showed this speech was pre-recorded.
Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair!
The experiences of our youth are a powerful and profound effect on our adult, blah 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 blah.
10 minutes later.
Hi, you there! Wake up! Pay attention!
Huh? Eee! I'm awake! Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Huh? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, you see?
Black Will is sleeping.
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day now. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. Ching! I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
No, they were the watery eyes was when they're waking up. When they're yawning, sometimes there's water coming out from the eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Saxtono, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. Hey! But you were asleep the whole time.
Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Yeah, when he said, hey, you there, pay attention, wake up. Could I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
That statue is golden. The white Lady Justice is not there.
Hold it!
There! I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this?
Take that!
The professor said the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test his authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every count.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he had been present.
It seems that I've caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like?
Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded.
We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait! There's got to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here, 10 minutes 35. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. I felt like it went on forever.
How'd you figure out how long it was?
Easy, there's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from the 10-minute mark to the 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. Wait, what? Oh shit, the voice print analysis. Does the voice shouting, "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect match. Testing is underway regarding sign of post-recording editing. The tape has about 10 minutes and 35 seconds of noise recording further testing. Ah, okay. So that's it, the voice print analysis.
Take that!
I would like the court to take a look at this.
And this is...
The voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client.
Yes? But didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication?
We did, but what I would like to focus on is on the noise that is around also there. Noise. Yes, the defense believe it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. What do you hope to prove by that? While the length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech?
That would be exactly 10 minutes.
Now, let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone.
Right, so strike 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds.
Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds, the same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech has been where the noise is now.
Silence!
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now, I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording. By pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch.
Miss Sykes.
Okay, so he's lowering his head.
I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offer to be her lawyer. Alas, look what happened.
All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had to be keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth.
Uh-oh, this doesn't sound good.
I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means.
Perfect sign. Circle with his thumb and index. Professor Means' testimony.
The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, by necessity, secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said that I would become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the human thing to do. Oh my! So you're saying the defendant threatened you?
This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up to be too perfectly to be true.
On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states, the end justifies the means.
No. No. I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end.
You no doubt have high praise of her ruthless tactics.
Yes, well, this is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time where lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in cards.
The dark sky.
But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I am so sick of hearing that phrase.
Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. Chee!
That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes? Don't know. Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talk about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. Professor Means' testimony.
The defendant came to me.
Hello, Tyler. I can press the stream eraser button. You really want to do that? Why? I know it's been 6 hours, but I was planning to stream until 9 because it was the only time of the week I could do it. Yeah, I know.
The defendant came to me with what she said was,
yeah, you're teasing. Yeah, I get it. Well, thank you for coming in, Tyler. Thank you for taking it. Thank you for showing your dominance by saying you have enough point to press the stream erasure button.
The defendant came to me with what she said that was very important by necessary secret.
Hold it!
We're so close also, like, I can finish this chapter inside 2 hours. I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that.
You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead.
So, our client came to talk to you after Professor Court was dead?
Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi?
You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly.
Is you kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. The problem is, how am I going to expose it?
It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused? Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Hold it!
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Syke, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper.
What?
Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. She also said that I'd become an accomplice after losing my ability to do the pre-recording.
Hold it!
How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper had actually committed murder, and that she hasn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does the witness realize what he's saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times.
Oh wow, his way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his action and words.
It is a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I say I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the human thing to do.
Hold it!
You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. You'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie.
What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration of how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I'm protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student.
Liar, you're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that what he's doing and saying isn't what he's really thinking?
You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is?
If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up to his actual actions. The defendant came to me. Okay, so they're giving the same hints, but let's see. Yeah, the tape recorder. Like if he did that to protect, if he said he did that to protect Junie, why did he give the tape recorder to you and create the fake? Get her innocent in court. Okay, I'm gonna save here. This is my first manual save of the day. Let's try the tape recorder here.
Objection!
No. This piece of evidence clearly reveals the inconsistency in the witness testimony.
I've been doing this far too long to be fooled by such nonsense.
Ah, and I really tried hard that time too. Your Honor, can I at least get credit for trying?
Very well, I hereby award Miss Sykes the court's wasted effort award with a penalty.
No! Where's the love? Oh, this is where I should have presented. Okay, let's little save it. Just a little load. I got the right evidence, wrong statement.
Objection!
Yeah. So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Ha! That's nothing more than a half-bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor.
Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time.
Yeah, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it."
There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intention, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself while playing another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Wow.
Objection! Why, you little? You dare call my teaching and methods lies?
Put the board, okay, blackboard, adjust his hair, and make a Spartan look with an angry face. Yeah. So yeah, he planted the stuff on the floor. So there's a blackboard coming behind him, and then he produced a white chalkboard. And yeah, he went from Greek philosopher to a Spartan warrior. And the beard makes him a Leonidas look. And now he has a scar near his eye.
Temis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you.
Professor Means, what's with your hair?
Quiet! No talking in class. Trying to chalk at you.
Ow! Homeroom, October 26th.
Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call.
Themis Legal Academy Lawyer Course Register.
Athena Sykes.
Here?
Apollo Justice.
I'm fine. I'm here.
Fool! The proper response is here, without any extraneous information.
Ouch! Here.
Next, Your Honor. Here.
See, class?
That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell.
Throw your little piece of chalk at me, I dare you.
I said, Simon Blackwell, are you here or not?
He's turning his back on it. Fuck you. If he could show the finger, he would. A little rebel in class. There's always one, isn't there?
Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now, get out of my class this instant.
Get out? Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher?
Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwood is free of his shackles.
It just so happens that I was a member of my high school disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, fool bright.
Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. All right.
Class is now in session. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. He was spinning the globe around his finger like a basketball. And then he put it back into his stand on the staff.
Class is now in session.
Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Erase. Main point, Juniper. Main point, Juniper is the killer. I am innocent.
Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is.
This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening. So he grabbed the ball again and spins it around his finger.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial.
Objection!
Erase everything. Please. Note, I was not at school.
Athena, you disappoint me so to think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime?
Point the finger at Athena.
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time?
Objection! Can you prove that I was still at school?
No. No, I can't.
So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
Ew! I do enough of that at the office. Who says objection?
Objection! No way, man. I totally object.
Robin? I can't believe I fell for the Professor's silver-tongued lies.
Why, you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself.
The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. Yep, there's proof on the picture. At 6, she finished Gavin, but she barely started the base for Phoenix Wright. So... Oh, wait. No. Okay, let's think about that part later. Like, I wonder if the pieces of blue cement, blue plaster, were because we never build a Phoenix Wright statue. We only build Gavin. Maybe you can't build a Phoenix Wright statue with the rubble. Maybe it was planted there. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished.
Professor Means was still at school? This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin.
Objection! Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something.
Ow, who's in charge of the class? Who's in charge of the class pet around here? Yeah, the bird is attacking the teacher, and he banged his head on the blackboard and he tilted a bit. Not interested. But if you want class and swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do.
No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Book it, please.
Yeah, nurse!
Nurse! Where's a school nurse when you need one?
It would seem Sykes Dodo seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff, quick as lightning.
Very well. Then I will just have to prove my innocence myself.
I said no pets allowed. I just realized that the blackboard changed.
The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served, old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please.
Okay, he's still angry Spartan. Okay. Professor Means' work of art.
Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the 2 statue with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I possibly have the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now!
Main point, Juniper is the killer. I'm innocent. Came back.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I would say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell.
Oh. I get it. This is the reason why her hands were bound. She was killed. Then her hands were tied. Was dragged down. While everybody was gone, between 7 and 8:30. He didn't build the statue. He put the body there and put a sheet. And the reason why their hands are tied is to mimic the Phoenix Wright objection pose. 2 arms could do that. Oh, right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? Oh, it would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish that in that sort of time. That didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Okay, we're gonna have to cross-examine that. Now pay attention, Robin took over half a day to complete one statue, which is 12 hours. So doing it in 1.5 hours is impossible. So that's why Yeah, he put the body in under a white sheet.
Hold it!
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little more precise than that?
Ha 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 ha! What a wonderful question! She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly! It merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m.
Hold it!
Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean?
Robin created the base outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it.
I see in academics, as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you?
Objection! Throw chalk? Why, you insolent little... It is the practical application built upon the basics that makes so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basic a long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all lawyerly fundamentals.
Oh, quiet you.
Now do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness claim?
This is not where I'm gonna object. I'm gonna accept this claim. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede.
I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. Louder for the people in the back.
I concede that Professor Means never left the stage.
That's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime.
I'm not gonna give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objection, I have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that you have to. Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. Throw chalk, but I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones and chalks, if it'll distract her. Ah, who brought the bird to school? Saxton, if I hear one word of your unusual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts?
If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it! Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the suspect, murder weapon, or crime scene. The murder weapon is not the owl, or the art room is not the crime scene. Ish. So I guess it's gonna be the crime scene. Because we're trying to figure out, to turn the case around, trying to prove that he didn't have to go to the art room to do the killing. He did it from the stage. So let's go with crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer.
Objection! Ridiculous! The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was.
Okay, Simon is at the ready. Continue, Saxtono.
Okay, the murder was actually committed here. Oh, fuck, we have to point it? The stage, the waiting room, the art room, the lecture hall. The range. The archery range? The stage. I'm gonna try the stage.
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all.
Objection!
The murder occurred in the art room.
Silly girl, when the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor because the body was wrapped. Surely there would have been some blood if that were where the murder was committed.
There wasn't any blood on stage, really? But there was something on stage at the time of murder that's now bloodstained. The school banner.
Take that!
It's true. There were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this. The school banner. No blood would have gone on the floor if it's there or under the victim when she was killed. And also the fact that the other banner is burned. It was thrown into the incinerator.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
Ah! What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy stated the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire. Makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
The murder occurred in the art room, okay. If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood, the Gaviner banner.
Take that!
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's the Gaviner's banner that's been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would be soaked through the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
Ah, g-g-g-g. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth? Yes, that would explain it.
The Gaviner's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality.
Objection! Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence!
Sykes, Dono. You are learning to wield the blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this?
The remnants of the large blood stain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
The blood stain in the art room was fake. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. Yeah, this was found I guess that was it. I'm not sure. Let me save again. The killer could have used this to transport the victim's blood. Oh no, that's not it.
You don't say. Care to explain how that would be possible?
Your Honor, nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. Besides, all you need is...
Objection!
Far-fetched arguments like that have no place in a court of law. Well, it was worth a try.
No, it wasn't.
Eek. I guess it really wasn't. The blood stain in the art room was fake. I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. That something was something we mentioned, just finished discussing. Something we just finished discussing. This? But we found, okay, they were found in the incinerator. Alright, okay. I'm gonna try the other.
To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court.
It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gaviner's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense.
Gah! Gah! Order! Order! This is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved.
Objection! Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statue, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statue, then what was it indeed? The knot in the scroll banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on stage after. Oh! The Lady Justice statue. The statue crashed onto another statue. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statue was this thing, because look, there's a bit of dust around the table. When we investigated on the day that we could, that was gone. We found it rubble and we tried to rebuild it, and when we rebuilt the statue it looked like this. But we had no idea that the original was supposed to be like this. I don't know how it worked. We built the statue wrong, but it worked. So this is what we found. It was found broken on stage. Professor Court had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial.
Take that!
Ah! That statue!
Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Okay. So it's a case of pearls. When she broke the remains of Ami Faye, the legendary mystic, and then she tried to piece it back together, and she created the I Am statue, and it looked wrong, and everybody thought, oh, this is how it's supposed to look. And then they rebuilt it. Anyway, that thing broke so many times. That's the running gag of the show. But yeah, apparently the white statue broke, and she repaired it by making it look like some Picasso 3D thing. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence!
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner?
Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to hide the body, point us to the body, and interrupt the mock trial. Point us to the body. Professor Mean used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
Ah! That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done! Objection! You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means.
Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial.
The body would absolutely be found. Yeah. No, he didn't make the statue. He hid the body inside Phoenix Wright.
So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time?
That can be explained by, if the victim was murdered on the stage and left here, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide the body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being to a pulp. We know, but we've come so far.
Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been, and it always will be.
Arg! Just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had you convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco.
The end justified the means. Athena Sykes' attorney's badge is just for show. Oh.
Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer.
Now she's yelling. She's having a breakdown. Panic attack. The anxiety is coming back. Flashback.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer. I even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Yeah. Black trauma. Athena! What's wrong? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe. It's not working. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends?
Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would.
Objection! Yar! You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me! It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between you, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best.
But I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things.
Objection! What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... Objection! It's not over yet, Tina. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie. I know you better than most people, Tina. And I know you never surrendered to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look another fool.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked so far thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you know who. Objection! You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me.
The bright age of the law is when the end justifies the means.
No evidence or anything else is to establish my guilt.
The bright, cheery dark age of the law where the end justified the means.
You are helpless before the might of lawyers from whom the end justified the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him.
But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now?
Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath, look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, there's always is. You're sure to find it. Now, let me see your smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I know you're trying to mean good, but it's not polite to ask a girl to smile when she's having a panic attack. Athena, Robin, you, Thanks, everyone. Juniper, you don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Take. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from someone else. That means the body have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from his hiding place? Let's see, what was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only place Professor Mean could have removed the body from its hiding place is before the mock trial, during the mock trial, or after the mock trial. Before. Before the mock trial? No, that can't be it. You testified that he'd seen the body before the mock trial. But it turned out he was lying to protect Junie. The appearance of the body has to coincide with the time covered by the professor's alibi. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from his hiding place is during. The body was moved during. It was during the mock trial, specifically. During the speech. During the speech, because that was his alibi. The body was moved during the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. They also moved something to the stage that wasn't there, the white statue. The White Lady's Justice was moved. During the mock trial, Professor Me wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide the body on that stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something that was used to cover the body up. But it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. That way no one would suspect there was a body inside. What was already on stage and capable of concealing a body? The WRIGHT statue. The body was hidden by WRIGHT statue. The Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was already inside, cleverly disguising as the boss statue. I knew it. Like this is what I was. This is what I was saying for the whole time. Okay, I got it. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Mean finished it in a single night.
Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserved none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Court.
Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow.
He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue.
What?
I second that. What? Now this is getting interesting.
Objection!
Nobody may speak but me. No, this is getting preposterous.
How would you such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. She's posing. I'm going to pose like the statue like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth?
I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice.
Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Yeah, that's a pink flag. It's tied up with a rope. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr. White, or what?
Looks like some random person to me. Weren't the statues a pair of busts?
Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it. The hands. Her arms are raised over her head and there are dark bruises around her wrists.
Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something.
The marks on her wrist indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No! Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hand already. I'm not going to do some chivalry shit in court with you. Professor Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want? Give her hands were tied in an objection pose behind my head, behind my back. In an objection pose. Tie both my hands in an objection pose. You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head? Oh, I know. The boss is right here. Go pull someone out and you can glue it on. Okay, I'm on it.
Objection!
Ouch! What do you think you're doing, Apollo? Sorry, Athena. I couldn't do it. Oh, okay. So she was tied her hand behind her head to make it like Phoenix Wright spikes. Okay. Okay, I got it wrong, but I'm gonna take that L. Don't be such a wimp.
Oh, how unfortunate, and I was so looking forward to seeing where that was headed. You lose some Wi-Fi!
It's all Apollo's fault. Guess I'd better think of something else. Why are you blaming me? Fuck you. Behind my head. Apollo, tie both my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, then what about the statue's arms? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. Can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. The arrow! It's the arrow. What did the victim's body have that I don't?
Take that!
Oh right, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? I want to kill you? Fine, go get some duct tape. Rapido, schnell! Vit, vit, vit! Alright, I don't need to know other language to know how bossy when I hear it. To know bossy when I hear it. Yep. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from two hands. A masterpiece of the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Yeah, Phoenix Wright. Objection.
Mommy, the arm's too short.
Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm?
Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again and the penalty will be 2 bars of Wi-Fi.
Yikes, I guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand with his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like what, right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm on the Mr. Wright statue is really this right here. His staff? The arrow is too short, so it's gotta be his staff.
Take that!
Got it! I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright.
This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Everyone fails except me.
Staff, this is the spear of a great legal warrior.
Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Tie me up. Sure, I'll give it your arm or hand. Claw and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, that looks like Phoenix, right? The square head, the spiky on the back, and the pointy finger with the staff making the end. All right. Black Quill ...
It's Phoenix Wright! Look, Mama! It's that famous lawyer!
That's definitely him. I would know that pose anywhere.
We did it! Didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light?
Golden light. All I see before me
is the pink specter of a man. Ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's possibly tickled pink. Yeah, he has a pink sweater that says love, knitted by his girlfriend. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Blah, that joke deserves a pink slip.
It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense sharp thinking. And the witness?
Bah! The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster! Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than a mere coincidence. To prove that the spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is examine the spear for prints, see if it's a staff or spear, test the spear for blood. We have assumed the victim's jagged wound came from an arrow being forcibly shoved in. Yeah, they say that the wound was rough. Yeah, no other visible damage. Stab wounds was very rough because he shoved a spear in. It wasn't a blade or an awl. Like, the awl wouldn't make a rough wound. The arrow wouldn't make a rough wound, but a staff would. Stab with a staff. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? What if I burn it?
What's wrong with a non-guilty verdict?
If I do what, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lecture from you now? Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Bathroom detail. Retake bar exam. 30% salary cut. Dismissal. He's gonna write something. He's forcing himself. He doesn't want to do it. G. Broke his teeth. And that looked like the Governor logo at first, but it's the G from guilty.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Means?
It is a Saxdonum suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He's admitted to his heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great, he'll teach felons that the end justified the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? Well, I believe that he knew about the bribing ring, and he wanted to kill Courtney because she was in all black and white. I could barely make out a word of he said on the account of shattered teeth. One of Black Quill's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? I eventually had to put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking the bribes. Oh. He was the one taking the bribes. The victim I suspect him after a report from the class's snitch. Ah. That led her to question him at length the day after the killing, right down that stage. So yeah, so he knew about the bribes. Like Court knew about the bribes because of Juniper, because she overheard the conversation with Hugh. They were taking bribes. That would make sense. And then there was the meeting with Hugh. We didn't admit to it, but he probably went there and says that yes, I was bribing. I was bribing actually. I was bribing my Professor Means. Means probably overheard of this and he wanted to kill her for that. But how did he know about the mock trial? So that's the only thing that doesn't make sense. How did he know about the mock trial? Led to question at length the day of the killing, right down that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before his court. The fool like Newman had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. Okay. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name has the same mark of Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like it as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance's court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes.
To think a professor would murder a colleague that tried to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope of a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court find the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. Confetti, party, streamers.
Yay!
Athena happy. Apollo is proud. Simon slouching on the side. Doesn't give a fuck in the world.
I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you. I will retire soon. I'm not gonna leave forever. You take my place, please. If we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned.
October 26th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Thank you, Tina. I really meant it.
It was nothing really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there in the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster.
I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Tina when she was in a bind, and at the detention center where you smiled gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on the peaceful woodlands.
She's tying. She's making a scarf. Yeah, Juniper has the hots for Apollo, and now she's knitting a scarf for him with little hearts, of course.
I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench.
I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day I'll... Guys! I've got some big news! I mean, this is huge! Oh, am I interrupting something?
No, it's okay, I think. So what's the big news?
The school festival! It was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but...
Well, we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright! Are they gonna make a special concert? Yeah, this is a school festival. Yeah, the Governors, with Juniper as La Miroir. Yeah!
We've got a special treat for all of you.
This is
love letter
Claudio's
for
voice.
Famous Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's
Whoa.
time for the guitar serenade.
The guitar serenade. With an acoustic guitar. Oh, Juniper is so... It's an unplugged show. There's nobody at the drum. Nobody at the keyboard. There's not a keyboard, but yeah, they put up a drum, but there's nobody there. Okay, that was cute. That was cute. But at the same time, October 27, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing.
Tee-hee-hee. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away.
Your singing voice, Juniper, it could melt my HEART. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection posed is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and you won? Pending declaration of love on Rock Campus, level-headed lawyer, course genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor, course student will go head-to-head in the mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Uh-huh. Oh, is he going to do what I think he is?
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been.
Huh? Best friends? Weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial?
No, I was going to confess something else. I'm not a genius, and I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial, but so,
Whoops.
Listen, you too, Robin. Miriam?
Miriam is there. Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science.
I've been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means.
Count me in.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. What about you, BFF Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? Yeah, but yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, not talking about B behind my back, so what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. Whoa, what the fuck happened? And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Oh, at the end of chapter 1. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind?